Yep. Yeah, I did it. Doing a late night stream. Now I'm up all close to the camera. You know what I mean? It's Tuesday. I just didn't stream today. I was doing a lot of stuff, and someone asked for a night stream, so I figured, here you go. I'm not going to play video games. I thought about that for a second. I think it's just might be too boring for now. I have a couple of things. Someone made a really funny edit of my debate with Peterson. Thought it was good. Then we'll check out. I saw that Myron Gaines was on Sam Hyde. I thought they might get into some interesting territory. Maybe not, though. Who knows? Who the freaking hell knows? Talking about night streams. What's going on, Draco? Thank you for kicking off the goal. Let's see how we do it in the evening. Got myself a bourbon. It's quite nice. It's a company called Old Glory. I like it. So, how are you guys doing? Did you guys have a good day without a stream from Jortlandia? Did you guys substitute it with something? Any drama? I saw a bunch of drama. What's going on? The people are covering Andrew. I mean, they're just circling him. Got the Thorpes doing a deep dive on him. She's got ChatGPT pulled up. I mean, it's wild. It's wild, you know what I mean? We're still all the crumbs of the internet too. You know what I mean? We're the dark. We're still a bunch of nobodies. People still freaking out. You're wearing jorts today? Nice, nice. React to Kitchen Nightmare, an Indian restaurant. Oh, no, I can't look at that. I can't look at Indians. I'm trying to not get as mad. You know what I mean? I'm trying to just not get so...
I just got so mad.
Not so mad. Trying to focus on what I like a little bit. So let's see if I can do that in the evening. Thank you so much for the membership. Thank you so much. Streaming late? Yeah, I'm going to stream late. Candace's talk with Erica Breakdown was today. Now, okay, I'll look at her. She's nuts. I think she's pretty nuts.
You don't get to ask those questions.
Whatever. I think she needs to make a sandwich. And I usually don't say that. You know, that's like an overused trope. For Candy, I think she should make a sandwich. I mean, I just couldn't imagine being her husband. God bless him. Wes Watson is off his cycle. Is he not in jail still? Wes Watson? What is going on? I had a dream during that panel on that stage, I had a dream. I don't know if it's last night or I'm having a memory of a previous dream. But he like came up to me, and even though he's jacked and I'm not, I had a dream I knocked him out, and that was the moment of Wes Watson history. And I was like, oh man, that actually would have been a cool timeline. So, what else is going on other than internet drama? I can't even follow it anymore. I'm like an old man. My beard's getting whiter and whiter. The more I interact or look at internet drama, I get a white hair somewhere on my beard. A whiskey is exactly what I need too. Yeah, it's good. It's a good gift. I got it from my. Actually, I'm not going to tell. I don't want to reveal. In case he's listening. That would have been awesome. Yeah, it would have been great. So yeah, these people are wild. I mean, it's like the crumbs of the internet though, right? Like people are really invested in like Andrew's demise or downfall or something. It's like they're rabid. It's like they're chomping at the bit. It's weird. Trimmed your beard today? Feels much better. Yeah, it's good to trim your beard. It's good to keep it impeccable. In fact, little James and James Sr. here get to go to the barber tomorrow together. A little man's day out. We're going to get our haircuts. He's going to get a close shave. So, broke your arm in 2 places. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you recover, Sherry. That's not fun. Did you fall off a ladder putting up Christmas lights? Candy Fuentes, Catholic plants. You think so? I actually have a weird view on plants now. I don't believe plants are even necessary at this point. I think that the ridiculousness of technology, how ubiquitous it is, that it doesn't really require a concerted effort. It could, though. I'm not saying that doesn't exist. I'm just saying it doesn't need to. You just give people the tools, and they do the job. Did you guys see Ben Shapiro's breakdown of It's a Wonderful Life? It's so funny how non-Christian he makes it. I'm not surprised. Little bagel boy.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Little bagely bastard. And then, of course, at the end, he sides with Potter. He's such a retard. He's a real goblin. You know what I mean? He really does look like a villain. He looks like the greedy little bastard villain in every Pixar movie. It's just it's really bizarre to look at. But, little Benny. Let me see if I can bring him up on the screen. Because I know you guys want to look at him. Let me see. Is he here? Look at that guy. Would you look at that guy? Wait. Why is there 2 of them? Okay. Take a look at this guy.
Christmas is just around the corner. You know that?
You know that means time to subvert Christianity. Yeah, Christmas is right around the corner. Sleigh bells ring, are you listening?
That means the best Christmas movies, they're all going to be on TV. So, today, we're going to go through some of my favorite Christmas movies. This video is sponsored.
What do you guys think? Did he just do a whole line of Coke or what?
By ExpressVPN.
Oh my God, it's snowing, Coke. Oh my God, I'm so off my rocker right now. I am blitted. I don't even know what the kids use these days. Blitted.
Hey, Tony, thanks for the transfer. I think that was Tony's first. Was that your first ever transfer of a chat to mine?
Alrighty, let's begin with the shop.
Let's begin with gold.
Around the corner. This is an Ernest Lubitsch classic. There was something called the Lubitsch touch. For people who don't know old film, Ernest Lubitsch.
Of course, it's a Jew. You know what we should do? We should do a whole Christmas special on the Jewish subversion of Christmas. Of course, we can't leave out like the Prodi takes and the commodified, you know what the word is. Commodification. The materialism. They're not, look, they're guilty too. But it's mostly these people, the Lubitches, and the other guys, the Sackler family. I bet the Sackler family had something to do with the subversion of Christmas. But they're like, oh, it's great. Christmas time is a great time to subvert the message. Oh, why do we have to make it about Christ? Why can't we make it about some jolliness and cookies and buying things? Look, can you write me a screenplay? It's going to be great.
Which was famous for making these very nostalgic and charming films that really kind of tugged at the heartstrings. Later, the film would be remade as You've Got Mail with Tom Hanks and Meg Ryan. But the original film is actually based on a Hungarian play.
No one cares. There's a new atheist on the block called Evidence First. Oh, yeah, I'll take a look.
The movie is Jimmy Stewart, very, very young Jimmy Stewart. This is 1940. And Margaret Sullivan. And the basic plot is the same as the plot of You've Got Mail.
Here we go.
Alrighty. It's a Wonderful Life, which isn't just the best Christmas film. It may be the best film. It's a Wonderful Life. It's an amazing, amazing movie. Obviously, it requires very little introduction. You got Jimmy Stewart, you got Lionel Barrymore, and a cast of thousands. And the entire film is
that like Drew Barrymore's grandpa?
a play on A Christmas Carol. The first half of the film is really, really dark. And people forget how dark the performance that Jimmy Stewart gives in this film is. So Jimmy Stewart was famous for being sort of slapsticky and very Jimmy Stewart. In this film, he gets angry. And when he plays angry,
I mean, when you say Jimmy Stewart slap a bitch, I mean, it's like a totally different side of him. I'm actually afraid of him. I mean, actually, you know, one of my biggest nightmares is like I wake up in my room, which is separate than my wife's room, who is a doctor, by the way. And, you know, I hear a sound in the night and I get my little gownie on and I put my little slippers on that are made of gold and I trolley down the steps and the worst possible nightmare. I mean, seeing a black man, big deal. I kind of expect it at this point, but that would be one thing. But seeing like the embodiment of Jimmy Stewart down in the front door, I mean, I will shit myself. I will literally shit my panties.
It actually works. Jimmy Stewart, underrated actor, and Jimmy Stewart is this guy who feels hemmed in by life, and he's started this bank, and now he's lost all the money because his dumb uncle, who's a drunk idiot, has lost all the cash, and Lionel Barrymore is taking advantage of him, and he thinks about killing himself, and he's convinced not to by being shown what the world would be like.
See how left out the Christian element?
You know, and he decided to off himself, but he decided not because he was shown.
Well, no, dude. There was a guardian angel. I know you're allergic to Christian theology, Ben, you little bagel boy.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
And then someone, you know, and then he's shown his life.
How has he shown his life? How did that happen? You little weasel. I'm gonna wax his eyebrows.
Had he not been born, and then of course the community comes around to save him. It is the ultimate Christmas.
Mary, don't you remember me, Mary?
And then he definitely sees, you know, what happened to all his family. He never actually got married to Mary. Never had kids. And never ended up working for Mr. You know, the pharmacist. Never was able to save the little boy from the terrible thing, the terrible mistake. Mary ended up. Most people don't know this, but Mary started an OnlyFans. That was a result of George not being born. You know, so I mean, it's so heartfelt. I mean, it's like a beautiful film.
This movie, it's about forgiveness.
I mean, absent the Christianity that's all laced throughout it.
Forgiveness. It is about community. It's about the unseen contributions that we all make to the lives of the people around us. Now, also, Lionel Barrymore is correct. So on a financial level, the villain of this piece is actually the hero because if Jimmy Stewart actually gets his way, all of Bedford Falls collapses in the subprime mortgage crisis. Basically,
this guy's such a worm. By the way, this is like his humor. This is how he makes humor.
It's another 2016 mortgage crisis, you know, because he's like giving out loans without checking people and whatnot.
Basically.
So it's like, if you really look at it, like usury and banking is the hero of every film, every story of every civilization. The hero is banking. And who pushes the banking? None other than my tribe. None other. Without the Jews, George Bailey, the entire Bedford Falls would be a shit show.
That's actually not true, Ben Shapiro, because you missed out on the part where Potter takes over the town, and then what happens? It's pure materialism. It's strip clubs and casinos and drinking and debauchery. You know, the things you guys sell every country. The reason you guys are kicked out of so many countries, Ben. That's what happens. He's like, no. If George Bailey got everything he wanted, the town would have collapsed. It's better that it pursued and it turned into Las Vegas. You little shit.
Jimmy Stewart keeps giving out loans without proper checking into the credit history of the people he's giving loans to based on his sort of assessment of their own personal viability financially. Lionel Barrymore is much more by the numbers. Lionel Barrymore is a better banker, and that local bank.
It's like it's like he knows he's a caricature. Look at that little fucking guy. Look at his face.
He's a good little banker. I mean, the moral of the story is he's the best little banker alive.
bank probably goes under. So the movie was supposed to be sort of a quasi-socialistic FDR parable, but the reality is that the real estate policies followed by Jimmy Stewart bankrupt Bedford Falls and everybody ends up homeless.
God, he's such a loser. I'm so glad he's irrelevant at this point, aren't you? Anyway, let's look at this. This is a really funny edit by You Are Mopped. I don't know their position. They're out of Nashville, looks like. I gave it a follow. 46,000 subs. Not bad, dude. Not bad. Better than me. But let's take a look. This is actually a pretty funny edit here. Before we talk about explaining anything, he needs to explain explaining.
What? Ask me whatever question you want about anything.
How could a set of dominoes be more true than the other?
It's a little confusing of a question, though.
Do facts exist? Can I step in a fact outside?
I don't think so. Can you tell me what facts are?
2 + 2 = 4. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
2 + 2 = 5.
But explain that.
Fish, monkey, dog, puddle.
That's not an explanation.
You asked me how.
I...
You probably think we evolved from bacteria and you have an uncle fish or something?
Don't get into my personal life.
Sorry. What do we know about computers?
I think they're purely grammatical.
What?
I don't know anything about computers.
I can make a calculator say
No.
boobies.
The universe itself is a computer.
That necessitates God. By the way, I don't believe in God. We're a pile of materialistic sludge.
I don't even disagree with that. Disprove this, then.
What?
Specifically disprove.
Just that? That's actually an interesting point, which I'll get to. Cool. Are you gaslighting our audience?
I'm agreeing with you.
We both agree.
None of you give a shit about me. I really hope we don't hear anything about true or false tornadoes.
There's no true tornadoes. There are no incorrect tornadoes.
There absolutely is such a thing as a false tornado.
I don't know what you're referring to.
A tornado made out of ice cream is a false tornado. A panda is a false tornado. A tornado that drives a Lexus RC350 and has a girlfriend, that is a false tornado.
I haven't gotten an answer. Dude, see, this is pretty damn good. Really good job. So that's shareable. I see. Now I'm realizing that. The way to edit my debates is that way. It's not owns. You can't source one of my debates and get all these owns. You know, these key moments that get blown out and they get shared everywhere. I feel like I discovered the best and only way to edit anything I do, and it looks like that. So we're always learning. We're always learning. Actually, I didn't see this interview he did. I want to see what he...
What's up, everyone? We're back. DebateCon 2, first debate of Sunday. I just said DebateCon 2.
Yeah.
DebateCon 6, day 2. We're here with Planet Peterson once again. He just wrapped up 2 debates, one with JimBob.
Oh, dude, this is your mob. This is the guy. I didn't know he did those types of edits. That's really cool. I interviewed... This isn't one of those edits. This is the actual interview. Oh, this is like post-debate cope. This might be post-debate cope by Peterson. I didn't see this. We might as well watch it.
And one, he did the 5v1. Well, I think it turned out to be 7v1 for you.
Yeah, it was a lot, yeah.
But I want to talk about your debate this morning with JimBob first. What a hilarious debate. I don't know if you realize how hilarious and clippable that debate is. I actually might make some kind of montage of hilarious things you two said.
He certainly did.
What were your thoughts on the debate? I saw a little bit of frustration going on. Same with Jake yesterday, but
Yeah.
you were a little bit frustrated and it was difficult getting the topic over to theism.
Yeah, that was the part of it that was kind of annoying. So the debate was theism versus naturalism. 90% of the debate was just, tell me how naturalism does this, does that, and we just spent so long on that. So
That's right. I dominated you.
didn't really, he wasn't really defending his side for very much of
I didn't allow you to attack me.
the debate, which, there should be equal time. But he was arguing in good faith. The questions, I guess, were fine.
Thanks, Peterson. I appreciate that. I did argue in good faith. 5 memberships from Austin, who also sent a $50 super chat. Thank you from Australia. Hope you're doing well out there, Austin.
Or my next question was he arguing good faith in your opinion? Do you want to just elaborate on that?
I would say for the most part, yes. I do think that he was trying to make the debate all about one particular thing, which when we're having a debate, when the topic is what best explains reality, and the whole thing is just predicated on how does your brain create knowledge or beliefs? Well, that's one thing, but
yeah, it is. Anyway, let's move over to, I want to watch this. Of course, Sam Hyde has to put it in some retarded format that I have to change everything for. So it's interesting to see Myron Gaines. I don't, there's probably a bunch of things I agree with him on. I don't really know him at all. I met him that one time I went to Fresh and Fit. I know that he didn't want, for some reason, maybe it was a risk, maybe I was a wild card, he didn't want me on Fresh and Fit. So Andrew had to argue and give an ultimatum to have me on Fresh and Fit. It was basically Andrew said, this guy goes on with me or, I'll just turn around. I don't know what the problem was. I don't know, what I had done or said to make them so questionable of me. Maybe they saw me call someone a fag or something. I'm not sure. Anyway, I was glad I went on. It's not a big, to me, it's not a huge deal. Honestly, going on one of those shows, it never equates to you just blowing up overnight anyway. So it's not like that much of a gain to get on a show like that. People think it is.
Bob, half black here.
Oh, what's up, Justin?
So you realized you're the type of guy that gets the Rojogan. Jordan Peterson versus Peter Jordanson edits. You do talk to yourself enough that someone could probably do Jim Bob versus Pim Job.
Yes, exactly. In fact, that's what Destiny's trying to do, but it's contrived. Did you see his little clip? He's creating a series. Now, I gotta hand it to people who create series. I don't. If the series sucks, it sucks. But I like when people make stuff. So even though Destiny is a absolute freak show garbage person, he's making he's debating himself essentially. He's doing a debate with himself. It doesn't work when it's so over on the nose though. So you're right, Half Black Justin. I think if I could get someone who does that style and to do that of me, I think that's way more accessible for some reason than these triumphant owns against the liberal or against the atheist. Oh, so owned. It's not even my style to do the owned thing. It's more in my style that people leave laughing and I make fun of myself. That's my style. But anyway, it's interesting to see Myron kind of get in to these circles, a little more reach, influence, a little more pop culture relevant. I don't know what he's going to do with it. Does anyone know if Myron is still considered a Muslim? Because I don't see him promoting much of it, and I don't even know if he still gets along with Sneeko or whatever, who's apparently Sneeko's actually retarded. I don't think Sneeko understands his own theology at all. I pray for him. I hope he becomes Orthodox. But this guy, Myron, it's hard to tell because, it's easy to call people Fed. Well, he was actually a Fed. So, it's an interesting background he has. He has a very unique background, I should say. And he also left the agency, whatever he was working for the government, very early. in his life, like 20s, which is sometimes unheard of given that what the promise is. If you're doing things that you're not in danger, you're getting paid 6 figures, you've got benefits, you're set up, you can do things, you're protected, you have a network, you have access to information that other people don't have. You have a lot going in there. To leave at such a young age without I didn't hear in this interview any great reasoning behind it, but that's interesting. Anyway, we'll take a look at what Sam Hyde does with him.
I heard that one before. Let's go. Yes, I have heard that one before.
Shout out to Pontiac and Lee Iacocca, one of the great minds of American auto executiveness.
Was it made by Jews?
What, Pontiac?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think the Dodge brothers might be.
Pontiac is a Native American term, isn't it, for a horse or something? Pontiac.
Those are Jews.
They might be Jays.
Henry Ford knew about them, and that's why they battled each other. Henry Ford is real, by the way.
Henry Ford was based.
He was based as fuck.
He was.
We have a grok update. Pontiac was not made by Jews.
Edit this part out. I don't want people thinking I drink from a vase. Myron Gaines is co-host of the Fresh and Fit. Is that still a thing? Podcast?
Yeah, we still do it.
And you stream as well?
Yes.
Are you enjoying the Fresh and Fit podcast?
By the way, Myron Gaines' personal stream, Fed Reacts or something, what it's called, that's way more interesting than the Chick podcast for sure, by a lot. Like the way he covers things is actually interesting. It's got that crossover of like almost like murder podcasty developments, analysis from a unique perspective that has some background in it, which is way better than watching some hoes get dunked on.
Podcast?
I like it.
Is it getting on your nerves?
Women are stupid.
You hate it.
I don't hate it.
You get money from it, but you hate it.
So here's the thing.
It pays a lot.
The thing is with it is
you hate it.
I'll stop it for a bit, and then I'll realize
need the money.
No, not even that. Not even that, dude. Honestly, I do better with my own show, but I realize like holy shit, guys are still fucking blue pilled and stupid with women. Because like we like on our side of the internet, right? We're used to talking to other base individuals. We can sit down and have a conversation like this, and then you kind of go out into the regular
There's
world.
Simps walking around out there,
dude,
with blinders on.
Normies everywhere. I hit this realization literally yesterday. This dumb bitch that got assaulted at TwitchCon, right? I was like, who the fuck is this? And I went on YouTube and I looked her up, and within 5 seconds, hi guys, with the fake laugh and the fake smile and shit. I'm like, oh my God, this is what regular people watch. And then it snapped me back into reality. Like we're like in our own little bubble here on the right wing where we call.
It's like kids entertainment level stuff.
Yes.
That they're putting out.
And the crazy part, the scary.
I like this for no reason. This center shooting monitor that you would normally do on a director, like on an actual set, is just right there. It's kind of funny.
The part is like, that's the norm.
That's kind of stuff you do with FU money. You just buy a rack of tiny monitors for no reason other than aesthetics.
There's more work to be done.
There's more work, too much work to be done, dude. It's like too many simps out there.
Who was the chick that got assaulted at TwitchCon? And what was the assault? Oh, he wanted it to get
crazy.
that, and then the bodyguard comes in. Yo, dude!
Dude, no foreplay, no nothing. Just.
I wouldn't put it past the world how it operates now to orchestrate one of those, you know? I mean, I believe in mass orchestrated fake and real mass pew-pews and other things, of course. Now, why wouldn't you, if you were, in the grand, saturated ocean of streamers, Twitch streamers, the way to get ahead is to have something happen. So I don't even know. I think all of this shit is, I'd go with fake first. I would go with like 80% probably fake, orchestrated, good reaction, goes viral. Who is this chick? That kind of stuff. You can orchestrate that easily now.
Oh, wow.
No preamble to that.
I knew something was wrong with the guy as soon as I saw him wearing that shirt. The only people that wear shirts like that are cops and feds. Because I remember I used to wear those when I was in Texas.
Like, so they can hide the gun?
For concealing,
Sure.
yeah.
That's right, yeah.
It's great for concealing a gun. Those Carhartt shirts. If you're a regular person wearing those, something's wrong with you.
Can you have a gun anywhere you go?
When I was a Fed? I mean, I left in 2020, but yeah, I'd carry my gun everywhere on the plane.
Yeah, what's the resignation process like? What is that?
Oh, dude, it's...
Atheist says, of course, making the world about him. Guys, I hate God because I can't find any proof of him. Well, how could you hate something that you don't think exists. Is that rational, atheist, to hate something that doesn't exist? That doesn't even make sense, dude.
Rare, it never happens. I went in, I turned in my creds, I turned in my badge, I turned in my vest. I'll never forget December 5th, 2020. It sucked, but...
Atheist, what if it's the case? Now, I know you're just a troll, but I like to treat you like you're an actual atheist. What if it's the case that the purpose of your life isn't to simply gather things called knowledge and to know things? What if what Christianity offers you, atheist, isn't another proposition, but rather a way to participate in life that that gives you value and purpose? What if the thing you're actually looking for isn't whether or not something's true in a propositional sense, but whether or not it's experientially advantageous for you? From an atheist position, you would have no reason to disavow it, in fact. That's what's so weird about atheists, is that they have no real reason to argue against being a Christian or acting a Christian or pursuing Christian or whatnot. There's no reason. You don't have any reasoning. You think you have no reasoning for God. We think you have no God for reasoning. It's really simple. Thank you, Maryland, for the 5 buckaroonies. Chase Crosp, $5 more. The Jim Bob stream right after getting off work. I couldn't ask for a better form of entertainment. Well, maybe I'll do once every 2 weeks an evening stream. I like the evening vibe. I get a little looser. This helps. Old Glory. This stream is brought to you by Old Glory Bourbon, 100 proof, made in Tennessee.
But yeah, I resigned, and everyone was shocked when I resigned because they were like, because they told me like, hey, you know, you can't do this shit anymore. Most people would like leave. No one leaves the government, dude. It's like you get, you know, I was making 6 figures. I was making like 120K per year. I was like, you know, my late 20s. It was a fun job. I enjoyed it. I had a really good case. Everyone loved me. I had a really good reputation. So they're like, this guy's not fucking leaving. And when I came in, I said, I'm going to resign. They were like, what the fuck? Like, you're actually going to leave? But yeah.
Is it expensive? I looked it up. It's like 60, straight from the source, it's 60. If you buy it in a store, it's probably upward to 80. But it was a gift from David Patrick Harry. So I checked out their place. They're a small operation in Tennessee, and I like supporting small operations. I don't know why. It's not like it's automatically good because it's small. You know what I mean? We just think that. We're like, oh, it's small. It means it's really the best. You're like, what about the corporation that started small and is massive because they did it so well? They're so massive now. No, not those guys. Those guys are cheaters. I hate them. They have backpacks and other stuff. I like the small guy. Oh, you mean the guy who's losing? Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, no, I ended up resigning. It worked out financially and everything, but, you know, it was a great job. It was fun. I do miss it.
Guys, the one thing about these guns, when I'm at a shooting range, I like to pick up other people's guns.
By then, or in jail. Hopefully we could wake up more guys to not be simps. That's a big thing for me, is like to wake up guys to not be simps because, dude, it's crazy how many guys like kill themselves over fucking women, dude.
Yeah.
See, I agree with him, but the problem I would have that I would confront Myron with in the right circumstance is that the whole red pill sphere doesn't actually help that. It creates a false dialectic. You either play the game like that little midget said, still mad at him, that little midget, William H. Macy of the red pill of the Groypers, the guy who got slapped. He's like, go out and be promiscuous to the men. Well, I mean, essentially, Myron Gaines doesn't necessarily care if the men are promiscuous. What if it's the case, Myron, that men being promiscuous is a symptom of them being a simp, a symptom? What if that's the case? What if that whole false dialectic of be a high quality man, like, dude, a high value man, this is the language in the red pill, a high value man, what is it useful for if you don't make a woman your wife? Same thing for the woman. What is a high-value man or being a high-value woman for, if not to make a family of a high-value family? Well, what's a high-value family? You know what I mean? So these are the necessary steps when you use this language, high-value man, high-value woman. Is there such thing as a high-value society? Is there such thing as a high-value family? Well, that's when their paradigm shuts down, because it's all this men and women. It's all men and women. They never talk about, like, children involved in society, the dynamics of children. It's all men and women. It's like it's designed for, like, 20-year-olds and 40-year-olds who are still single. You know, it's insufficient, I should say. It's not. It doesn't fulfill the human their purpose. So, you know, you can criticize the simps all you want, but if you have a culture that says men gather money, get stuff, have the women want you, well, what for? Because if you don't say what for, it's all for nothing. It's all just for a scoreboard. Oh, I banged 10 tens in one night. I banged 10 tens. Those damn hoes. Well, why? Why'd you do that? Why'd you bang 10 tens? Why? What for? To what? Toward what? That's what I want to know. Toward what? Thank you so much to Gooch. 50 big buckaroos. Wow, look at the head on that. Here are my taxes. Yeah, it's exactly.
It's nuts. It's one thing to like talk about red pill awareness and how to deal with women and how to properly date, but it's another thing when it's like they need to see with their own eyes how much they don't give a fuck about men and or preserving relationships. It's all about what they want. And that's what the after hours like red pills guys on. Because it's one thing for me to say, this is how women move. Oh, okay, Myra, but all girls are like that. Okay, dumbass. Here's a whole panel of girls from different walks of life, different education levels. They did not talk about this. Why do they all think the same? Why are all of them fairly similar in this belief system? Oh, shit. And with guys, like, they're stupid. You have to, like, constantly remind them of this, and they got to get their hand burned on the stove sometimes. So my goal is to kind of keep them from burning their hand more than once.
I mean, I'm glad that he thinks in his head he's, like, helping. I'm just strict with this stuff. If it doesn't point to orthodoxy, like this is really the thing you can press anybody on, and they'll get in a very uncomfortable position. Like, as much as they have experience and they're good at speaking, Myron's just one of those guys. Good at debating, good at management, good at running a company, good at succeeding. He is a successful person. But when you ask these bigger questions like, for what? Then what? For what? What are we doing? Toward what? And they don't have an answer. They don't have an answer toward what. Similar when I question right-wing classical liberal conservatives. Why? Why preserve liberty? Toward what? What are we doing? Well, toward liberty. I mean, that's what you do. Same thing with the success. Success toward what? Well, another McLaren, apartments, income, passive income, traveling, running the game, you know, getting the hose, whatever. For what? It's meaningless. It's meaningless. You can't unsee it. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. You can try to pretend to unsee it. You'll be in a world of pain, but you can't unsee it. That when you're asked, why does this matter at all? If the answer isn't Christianity, there's no answer. That's what I'm saying. Half Black Justed says, hey, 23 months. Nice, 23 months. I say becoming a high-value man for a woman is simping. The money you make buys the women. It's materialism. Yes, it's material. It's the same game. It's the same game. It's the same exact game. It's like a war of values. It's like, oh, the woman chased the men. Men don't simp for women, but also get all this stuff so that women like you for no reason, right? So you're still duping them. This is the bait and switch that the red pill does. It properly examines and summarizes the dating problems, hypergamy, the problem of women being hoes, delusions. Yeah, sure, you can point at all that stuff with women, but the thing is, the part of the men that's responsible, where the men are responsible is where they pursue materialist gains. For what reason? And it's only for one reason. It's that they're in control of the woman now. And it's like, fine, you want to be a leader? Great. You're in control of the women that seek that material, stability and so forth. But why? Why? Listen, why? Let's say you found the 12 out of the 10. Why? What for? If it not to have children, to make a family, why? And honestly, there is no red pill push for family. That's somehow not on the attribute card. In fact, it's a negative if you're married. If you're a high-value man, isn't it interesting that a high-value man under the red pill paradigm isn't a married man? They're just off the board. They don't say much about that. They're just out of the game altogether. They're just off the board. No, you should put them on the board. What you should do, if you're a red pillar and you're arguing women are hoes and men are simps, what you should be doing is training men to be married and to have women start to understand that the high-value men, the ones that they want to be with, are the ones who want to be married. So you better become a woman that they want to marry instead of become a woman that they want to do all these other things to.
Because, dude, so many guys message me oh my God, I was going to lose it all. I was going to end it all over a girl.
High-value man shave their arms. Mother.
I'm and then I found your content and I stopped.
Motherfucker.
I was like, holy shit, this is a serious problem. But no one talks about it because no one gives a fuck about men, right?
That's a good point.
Atheists still all about him. Why should we believe in God if we can't see? Why do you believe truth exists, dude? You can't hear or see it. What you talking about, son? Listen, son. I'm going to call you son from now on. Listen, son. You say you don't believe in things without evidence. And you ask, why should I believe in God? I can't see or hear or smell, measure. Yeah, you can't do that with knowledge or truth either, man. We've been over this. You have no excuse. Your reasons are broken. Another thing you can't see or taste. Reason.
Yeah. I like that.
That guy, by the way, that
son,
try to kiss that chick, I guarantee you something's wrong with him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He doesn't understand female nature.
Got the one-itis.
Yeah, big one-itis.
He probably gave her a big donation and didn't realize she didn't recognize his username.
Dude, I literally said that. I was explaining this. I was like, we're car.
See them on a screen, so you're not maybe caught up in their spell. And so you're kind of seeing the sort of ugliness long-form exhibited. So if you see that in person, maybe you'll be like, oh, I know what's happening. This is I almost got tricked.
Atheist says, truth exists because we can prove the obvious true things are true. You really have to be a troll, dude. You got to be a troll to say that. Whatever you just said. That should be on a t-shirt. If I were to make an atheist meme and he's wearing a t-shirt, it would say, truth exists because we can prove the obvious true things are true. Jake Rattlesnake sending all sorts of people over here from Australia and other places. Thank you so much. Rachel coming in with 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Rachel. Nice to see you.
But then you have the foresight of being that's vapid.
It's called breaking the third wall. I know you guys are more cinematic than I am, right? It's literally, or the fourth wall, excuse me. It's like breaking the fourth wall. And then the other thing too is they're hearing it from their girl and it confirms the things I've said. And then the biggest red pill is when OnlyFans girls come on the panel. And it's very clear that they don't give a fuck about their audience.
I was watching this video that said it's this buried report from the Nazis that they got this cluster of soldiers to do reports and determine women, the women of the soldiers. And apparently their loyalty was so poor that they buried the report. And then the comments are just a bunch of stories I remember hearing my female coworkers say they will leave their men if they become disabled.
And that's another thing too, guys don't understand is that women are not loyal to anything but their emotions and their own security. And if another guy can provide that, that's what's going to happen. That's another big red pill for guys where they think that Well,
no. He's missing something. This is always missing, apparently. Myron's takes go so far, and a lot of them are accurate. But what did I say? Always the criticisms are absent family life. So, yeah, in the short term, women who are unmarried and women who are seeking the one who's going to provide, yes, they might be particular in their choice. If someone else has a better set of cards, better attributes, better money, more stability, they might think that way. Even if the person, by the way, is less attractive physically than another man. That's true for women. They think in a different way. But the problem is, they're loyal to their stability. But guess what? Once they have children, they're loyal to their children too. So you're missing the family aspect, the family dynamic that women are called into, and they become loyal to the stability of the group, of the whole. That's why, women operate a lot of times in a whole. He was just talking about how women all think and sort of operate the same way, the whole sort of trope of like clucking chickens in a hen house. That's not even a diss. That's part of the nature of women that's good. It just can be misplaced, that's all. And so it shouldn't be a criticism that women all think in unison, or they follow, or they're not good reasoners in certain fields, like they're not philosophically driven. They're not driven by logic over their emotions usually. But you don't look at them and go beat them down because that's just gay. You know why it's gay? Because you're just saying you should be more like a man. No. You don't look at a woman and see her female traits, collective thinking, more emotional than logical. You don't correct it and say, here, wear a dick, be my boyfriend, right? No, you guide those traits toward family. You guide them toward church life. You guide them toward good. You don't get rid of them. You don't erase them. Oh, they're so stupid. You know what I'm saying? That's the one thing with the whole sort of sphere, which is necessary. The anti-feminist sphere is necessary. I'm part of it, and feminism is a lie. However, don't be confused. Don't confuse feminism with women being stupid. What I'm saying is women can be stupid in comparison to men, but you don't fix them. You don't make them smarter. That's more feminism.
Myron says that sleeping with multiple women gives men necessary knowledge of female nature in and out relationships. I can see it that way, but is this the optimal way to understand female nature?
Yeah, that could be true, but it's useless because, people say the same thing about it's better that you figure out what sex is, then you could be good at it. Then you could meet your wife or your husband and you guys have, 50 bodies under you and you know what to do in bed. It's like, dude, you spend what % of your life with your loved one, with your spouse, with your wife, actually having sex? What %? I mean, you spend more, a lot of people spend more time in the car than in the bed with their spouse. And so even if that was partly true, the point is, no, you can develop intimacy and your sexual acumen with your wife, with your husband throughout your life. In fact, the studies show opposite. The studies show that people who are less promiscuous and develop a relationship and it becomes a marriage, that their sex life is awesome. Has nothing to do with oh, your sex life is awesome because you slept with 100 people. No, it's the opposite. You sleep with that many people, you become desensitized to the intimate part of sex, which enhances the connection that you have with your spouse, as opposed to just doing a bunch of moves that you saw in a porn one day. You know what I mean? It's a totally different concept. This is why all of this criticism, as accurate as Red Pill can be, I don't take that away from the Red Pill sphere, their accuracy in describing a lot of these things. The problem, as we all know, is, though, it's a limited paradigm. It's not full. It's not holistic. It can't be without Christianity. It can't be. That's just the reality. You cannot fully exhaust these dynamics and where we should take them without Christianity. Why? Because what it is to be a man and a woman is through the eyes of God, through the lens of Christianity, through the lens, the extremity, the family is of the church. That's the lens of your love. That's the lens. The world isn't the lens. That's the big downfall of the red pill, is that they make the world still their barometer for, what should be happening and what shouldn't be happening.
Like women are like,
J-Bob, even though I disagree with your stupid dinosaur views, I still love you. Well, I mean, dinosaurs are really silly when you look at them. I just believe when you look at them reasonably and you look at the trend and where they all come from, the narrative of what happened in the past, you start to go, wait a second. Yes, big animals existed. Yes, big animals do exist, but man, do they have a story for you when it comes to dinosaurs. What a story. Night streams are where it's at. Thank you, Keenan Beats. Appreciate you. Night Bob is Chad Bob. Yeah, well, I got my drink. Who's got a drink? Who's drinking with me?
where they're like inherently
That's so much better than gay beer.
Loyal based on that. Like, you know, like we'll die for a chick, but like women aren't going to do that necessarily for us. Like the way they show loyalty is differently. They show their loyalty through their sexual fidelity. We show our loyalty by being willing to die and protect her. But, you know, guys make the mistake and think like, oh yeah, well, girls are the same with us with our loyalty. And it's like, nah, bro, it's not the same whatsoever.
Oh, it's funny. He had that jacket on. See, that's the jacket Nick Fuentes was wearing in the background. I was wondering, there's no way Nick Fuentes owns that jacket. So he came in and Sam High was like, you're wearing this jacket, bitch. And he was like, I don't know. That's all I have for Nick Fuentes. I don't know about that. Chicago. You gotta you need to put things in your mouth, basically. Chicago. Frog people. Cheers, thanks. Thank you, Taguchi.
Interesting how just, mainstream access to the internet just took this.
Who's that guy? Is he a comedian? I mean, I've never seen such an accurate Jeffrey Dahmer doppelganger ever. And that's not malicious. People look at me and, sometimes I not only look like, but I sometimes act like Charles Manson. So, it's not a diss.
This sort of attention-seeking behavior that all women kind of have innately, and men too, but it... since 2012, when the iPhone became so prominent and everyone was like, oh, I can post myself, what that did specifically to women seems to be profoundly, it just changed
horrible.
The world.
Well, it's horrible. It's like looking at the abyss. It's terrible. Especially for women. Terrible. I mean, it's so bad that you can't even, as a stranger, take a picture of someone at some place, a landmark place, without them coming over to you and making sure you take it 5 different times because they have to approve it like it's being sent through a government system to get a passport. That's how bad the phone has been for women.
It amplifies feminine stuff, technology, social media, socializing, presenting your persona to other people, taking pictures of yourself. It's all feminine things that you can do on your phone. Almost none of it is a masculine thing you can do on your phone.
That's true. Aside from transferring a payment or something, I'm not sure, paying a bill. I think Sam Hyde is right about that. What if the phone itself is really gay and feminine? What if it is? Because think about it. It's like when I'm thumb warring people on X, that I feel like such a woman.
Send. Can the father have a father? Stupid Mormon. Send. You guys actually believe Muslims pray to the same God? Send. It's like, I feel stupid. Every time I do one of those posts, I go into the bathroom, I look in the mirror, I make sure I still have hair, facial hair coming in.
I think social media is probably one of the most pernicious things that's destroyed relationships.
Take that, you anonymous bot from India that I wish wasn't a bot, was a real person. I bet you that person's, when he gets off his phone and he's hanging out with his wife and children, is thinking about what I just posted to him. His Christmas is ruined. Send.
Relationships in the modern day age, by far, because what's happened is it's taken the ugly side of female nature, being narcissistic, solipsistic, things that like actually are good for them so that they can protect themselves, so they can have the next lineage of kids. But most
that's what's weird. It's definitely geared toward, just like education is geared toward females. It's set up for girls. The world is being like set up for a girl world. Doesn't make any sense. There's no such thing as a girl world. And then the phone is that. So the phone is perfect for women, except it's terrible for them. It's like, it's perfectly designed for them, and it's terrible for them.
Normal women, right, that aren't weirdos from New Zealand, like, they want to protect their kids, and the only way they do that is by being inherently selfish because they know that the guy is there to protect them. What social media did was, like, it exacerbated these ugly traits. And then now, since they have, like, you know, it used to be, oh, I'm just going to date the football player, like the quarterback at my school. This is my fucking husband now. Now, they have, like, NFL player quarterbacks that they can, like, talk to. Like, a fucking 5 on the internet, right, on Instagram, can pull a guy that's, like, a A-list celebrity damn near.
That
or get a
concept
response.
was stopped me from like looking at women in New York City, and that's before I had like a strong, like sort of reversion to Christianity too. It was just purely like I almost got hit by a car looking at some chick's ass.
Oh really?
And I was like, my life was going good. I was going from working in a like a kitchen job to like working with like Anthony from Opie and Anthony, which I was like a fan of. And then I was like, imagine me who's kind of like starting to get a big opportunity. I die looking at some loser chick who probably doesn't have like even like a job.
It's probably a dude, Ryan. It's probably a dude's butt. Make it even worse for you.
I just like die looking at a loser's ass.
That'd be crazy. Imagine they put that on Toadstool and he died dead ass.
Yeah. And then it was like, it's a fun challenge to be like, I'm not looking. You see it in the peripheral vision, custody of the eyes.
Yeah.
Take it very seriously.
Well, you could get away with it as an Asian.
My peripheral.
What am I drinking? I'm drinking bourbon. Cheers.
Also pretty good.
I was going to say, bro,
like make a face. Sad face. Make another face. Happy.
What
Make
the fuck?
another face.
bro, because see, widescreen, man, like for real. Like that's the thing. Like I truly do think that like social media has absolutely made it where the dating landscape has been inverted to the detriment of men, but to the benefit of women. And
it's not though. It's not like it's not the benefit of women though. This is the trap though. And I've seen counter red pillars. Some of them almost get to this weird paradox, which is like, what is it? How do I word this? The red pill criticism is that the world is set up for women to benefit. But the dual criticism in opposition to feminism is that feminism and the way it's set up is not good for women. So you gotta select what we're talking about here. Now, you could make it as an easy distinction, short-term, long-term, and that might solve the problem, but I think it needs to be tackled a little bit more precisely, which is like, you can't sit around complaining that the world is made in such a way where it benefits women, but you're also arguing that the world is set up in such a way where it's actually to the detriment of women. Well, how are we measuring this, okay? And that's where Christianity comes in. If without Christianity, do you guys notice the only way to measure good, benefit,
What is it? What is the only way? The only way you hear it from the feminists: GDP, getting stuff, voting, being able to own shit. Stuff. More stuff. Junk. Well, what would be the other way to measure what benefits women? Well, that's when you hear the arguments and rhetoric from the Christian, particularly the I would throw in the Catholics there as well, and Orthodox, arguing that without Christianity, the telos for women, the telos for men and women is absent. There's no direction. The only direction is men gaining Lamborghinis and lofts and being able to have sex with any hot woman they want. And the opportunity for women is to look good enough, maybe get some money so that they can match the rich man. But for what reason? To have a family? Okay. No sacrifice, by the way. No sacrifice. Because the woman, they sacrifice their body, they sacrifice their time, and a lot of times they sacrifice their looks, or at least what they would normally look like absent having 3, 4, 5 kids. That's a sacrifice. And nowhere in the red pill are they arguing the best, maybe some of them, the best thing is a Christian paradigm for women's operating in the world. Otherwise, it's my stuff against your stuff. People gain stuff, and then they measure their stuff up. They get on a stuff scale. Oh, you got stuff? Well, I want a man who has more stuff than me, but I don't want to have them, too much more than me. And I want stuff too. Like, I want to marry a man who has a lot of stuff, but I don't need his stuff. So you see? And then the man goes, well, I have this stuff and I acquired it myself, and you as a woman deserve none of it, even if as my wife, I'm going to make sure that I set up a prenup and structure our relationship around the doubt of our union legally. It's weird. To me, that's counterintuitive. If you read this, Jake's a biatch who won't read super chats with his tummy. Jake doesn't read super chats? What are you, poofta? What are you, poofta? Poofta? What are you, poofta? Chase Cross, $5. As a HVAC tech, we use the phone to sync the board with the select thermostats. So the phone is a useful tool, but a device that can be made with the program. Yeah. Well, the programming of the phone was masculine. The actualization of applied science was super masculine. Orthofrontist says, $10. Roosh V would be a great person for Myron to speak to. I believe he became a monk, so he's not, he's probably, pray for him. He's probably out of the game. God bless him.
It's hurt relationships a lot because now women, okay, you get in an argument, right? Now she could kind of surf on Instagram and look at her DMs. That opening of her even looking and seeing other options is the problem.
It's terrifying.
Right? Even if you're a top tier guy, you can't compete. And I think the only way really to deal with it.
You see the problem here? When a woman marries young, which honestly, my life went the way it went. But if I could somehow re-engineer it and I met MadeByJimbob in our 20s, I would have loved to have not been 50 when my oldest turns 15. But to the point is, he's right. The fact that a woman and a man has a device that they could look at other options in the world of dating, partners, potentials, and all that is a terrible thing. But the thing is, a woman can't, once they have a family, they can't look at other families and swap families. Now, some of these freaks exist, of course. But there's no app where the woman's looking online and swiping and seeing if they match to swap out their family. You can't swap out your family. You can imagine trying to swap out your husband in a secular prison, state-run system for what a marriage is, but you can't really do that. Well, if a woman fulfills her duty and obligation from a Christian paradigm in society, and if she's capable of doing it, that is, has kids, marries, holds the house, raises good human beings, is an example to other mothers to raise good human being. and so on. It's not even in their paradigm to look at the phone. It's embarrassing to look at your phone and go, I want to see what my other options are. That doesn't even occur to them.
This problem is like, your girl should have a limited profile with like almost no people.
Shot caller.
Bro, honestly, I'm gonna have to give that bitch the Hassan Piker treatment, man. What are your thoughts on that, brother? I gotta ask you.
On the shot caller situation?
Yeah, what's your thoughts on that?
I'm just so glad I'm not anywhere near it. I'm just glad I don't have to think about it, bro.
We should have done a bit where like you go to stretch or I go to stretch and then you shock us.
I don't even want to joke about it.
Kaya, please just fucking go. Just stop.
I think what's fucking him up is like that it's clear that he shocked her, but like.
I never really responded to that much. Maybe I don't care about animals as much as most people. You know, I'm not like Tony here, up in here. I don't care. Like I could develop an attachment to a pet, like a dog or a cat, like Opie. You know, watching Opie die in a U-Haul, watching my wife's cat die while he's looking at me screaming, like literally. I experienced like a zoom in, a cat that I loved looking at me while I'm driving, dying while looking at me in the eyes. And not just a death, not a little pretty kitty death. It was meow, oh, pure meow, meow, dead. No, it was like... while I'm driving. One says Opie probably just died. I think Opie tried to kill me. I think Opie was all, stay with my bitch. That's my girl, dog. I see you all getting close to her. I see what you doing. Motherfucker, I'm gonna kill you even if it means I die. I'm gonna see if I can crash this U-Haul. I almost did. I almost crashed. It was frightening. I was on a highway. I stopped short, skidded out, on the side of the road. That cat went flying off of that passenger seat so fast. I never thought about it. What if he tried to kill me? I'm glad I survived that. Brady, $5. Are phones inherently feminine? Has got to be a scud debate. That's a really good scud debate. Nicely done, Brady. I agree with you. That is a really good scud. That's a really good scud debate.
Savage Carnage Unlimited Debates.
Noted.
He keeps like lying about
it.
That's what's fucking him up. He should have just said like, yeah, I shocked her. Who gives a fuck? But like, you know what I mean? It's like, bro, real niggas, got to train their dogs, right? If he had just owned it, but here's the problem: his audience are a bunch of like purple-haired, 99 gender idiots who like, will sit there and say, Sam Hyde and Myron Gaze need to die. But like, God forbid a fucking dog gets shocked.
He could literally put a shock collar on himself and have his audience shock him on using donations.
Yeah.
I had that idea, but not for just streaming. I have a shock guitar idea that I think is just brilliant. You're trying to play your scales, G, A, B, C, D, G, A, B, C, G, A, B, C, D. Dude, I would learn scales so fast if I got shocked when I hit the wrong note. Why are we so behind on this? Why? There's no reason. It doesn't even hurt you. It's not even that bad for you. It's probably good for you to shock yourself a little bit. Almost crashed. Very feminine of you. Anyway, here's your bourbon. What's your bourbon of choice? I'm not well versed enough in bourbon to have a choice, but I'm glad someone, not just anyone, Dr. David Patrick Harry bought me a beautiful bottle of high-end bourbon, this is my go-to. And I'm the type of person who just locks in on one thing. Have you tried any other bourbons? And I go, no, I don't need to. I don't need to. Is it feminine to not read super chat that hurt your feelings? Not necessarily. I mean, to assume it hurts someone's feelings, though. I'm not sure. I mean, what's your beef? Did you try to pay money to insult or provoke Jake? It sounds like, and now you're bringing it over here. I don't know. I don't know the answer to these questions.
Yeah, right. They donate,
I want you to ask them. I mean, what'd you ask them? Was it bad?
$5 every $5 donation.
Joke,
I mean, no streamer has the obligation to read a super chat. In fact, I'm going to do a stream maybe leading up to Christmas where no super chats are read. Like none.
But what he's done, he's cultivated this. It's like brinksmanship. Like he's invited this fan base of bad guys, and he has to get badder and badder every time. Like he has to call for the deaths of United Healthcare CEO or whoever to appease these wackos who
called it brinksmanship,
like going to the edge.
Yeah, going to the edge. Like you gotta go harder every time.
Like what Trump does with terror. Part of the Five Eyes.
Oh, the New Zealand intelligence.
Yeah. So basically, the Five Eyes is the United States, Australia, England, Canada, basically the 5 English-speaking countries, and we share intelligence with each other. Israel's in there too. Those fucking always find a way in. But yeah, these guys are like a partner in the IC.
They've never made any.
Israel. Who thinks an amateur debate night would be a good idea for Scud? The debate would center on streamers with less than 10K. I mean, that could be good. I mean, considering that the debate itself might not be the content. Maybe.
Any movies?
Don't reply too poor's in the comment. You're too poor. I don't know, dude. I don't know. What does that have to do with me anyway? Take it up with Jake. Super chat him more. Increase the amount that you pay to insult him. Have you tried insulting him or ask him a question for like $100? Have you tried that? Go try it. Let's see the limit. Test him. Test Jake. Go see. See what the threshold is.
He's about them though. The New Zealand intelligence. So.
If you saw a movie showing their methods, you wouldn't believe it because it's so high tier. There's something like Mr. Bean or Nightmare Before Christmas or something. Wallace and Gromit or something over there.
Wasn't there? That's really funny.
That is claymation level.
That is claymation.
Hey, you know what? It's steam-powered giraffe is what she's doing. Insidious thing is that these New Zealanders, they look like fun little island guys, like that Disney Moana movie.
Tribal tattoos, and they're all cool and stuff.
Yeah, Spam and pineapple.
Thank you, Provo. Jurassic Park. Yeah, I like the movie. Like, I'm really excited when the technology gets there where we could swap out any character with anybody we want, including people in our contacts. Netflix starts, it hits the logo shows up, and then you're prompted with a question. Would you like to import any of your contacts into the movie? Yes. It's $5 per contact. Fine. I would swap out Jeff Goldblum's character for Sam Harris. You know what I mean? Like, as he approaches Laura Dern's arm, which it dwarfs his entire body, and he's doing the rain, the water down the arm bit with Laura Dern, but he's tiny. Oh, yeah.
Well, but these haka dances, they show the true nature. Young Republican Club narcs. Let's talk about this. These young Republican leaders here?
Oh, yeah, I heard about this, man.
Exposed racist slurs, Nazi jokes. The Republican outrage about the language in these chats is so weak. If you want support, go to the left. They forgive and forget death threats, blackface, straight-up assassinations, and zapping dogs for stretching while you're streaming.
Who's the guy that exposed it? Something Wax?
Gavin Wax, yes.
Yeah, who's a Jew, by the way.
That's true.
If you can't even, like, you know, make fun of, you know, people, like, how the fuck can I trust you to, like, support me in, like, you know, in a political battle?
That is a form of trust, of saying, I trust you enough that I'll...
Don't make me cook you up on dinos. You can't, dude. You can't. Dinosaurs are just an incomplete fantasy. I mean, the more you look at dinosaurs, in fact, it's like one of those things where the more you study it, like what's the old the cliche? It's like you study. I no longer believed in dinosaurs when I tried to prove how real they were. Dude, dinosaurs are the funniest. It's the funniest narrative. It's built for kids. We were talking about the iPhone being built for women. Dinosaurs were built for kids who are adult size, who are adult ages. Dinosaurs is like, so a man can grow up, and though he has to give away his G.I. Joes and his toys and his, you know, some other things, he can at least hold to one thing, dinosaurs. And you could tell when these people are passionate, especially the passionate ones. Who was that one dude? I don't even know his name. He was on Lex Friedman podcast. Welcome to the Lex Friedman podcast. It's the boringest shit in the world. He was like gushing. The guy was gushing. He was like, and then we found dinosaur penis, and I kept it, and it's in a case.
I'll say the things that...
It's like you're a fetish. It's like fetishism. Some weird fossil fetish.
I don't want anybody to know that I said.
Absolutely.
And he violated that trust. And apparently it's... The strong rumor around is because he didn't get a photo op with Trump. So basically there's two New York Republicans. There's the state and then there's the city. And so his club did a...
Boring! Come on, Ryan. Do an impression or something. Don't just sit there and talk like some sort of Japanese suit tailor. We're not paying you to talk. We're paying you to impersonate people. Stop talking.
Oops. But you wanted to relive it.
It's not me, sir.
What's he doing now, Chauvin?
He's in...
Gosh, Sam Hyde, this is fucking boring, dude. You're boring me. You're boring me and I'm boring them. It's your fault. It's not my fault. It's all I ask for is a really interesting show that you make with your own money and your own efforts and talent that I could review. Is that too much to ask? Heidenstein? Jimbob is wrong. I have a Lego archaeologist set. It's so absurd, dude. And they keep changing what a dinosaur looks like. I saw one clip recently. It was the most absurd thing. They made a T-Rex look like the goofiest looking thing ever. Like they just took a T-Rex body and instead of making it all fit with its tiny arms that do nothing, it made it more like a dodo bird. It was the funniest thing. I should have taken a screenshot of it, but it was really funny. It made me giggle. And I don't usually giggle before 12 noon. Teguch, another $10. Riddle me this, Bob man. How did the dinos procreate? Yeah, you ever see one of those? You ever see one of those videos? How'd they do it? Dino style? Tell me, how does the male T-Rex chase down the female T-Rex and get it in there? Tell me, dino people. JB, I love you, but you will die on this hill. Debate me on dinos, you animal. Look, dinosaurs could be dude, Giovanni, perhaps, a blemish to Italians, by the way. Like an Italian should be the first to deny a dinosaur. They should look at that and go, mi dispiace. Oh, baffangola. Maybe dinosaurs. I mean, that's a good meme to debate. So maybe you're the first to go up on Scud. Maybe you want to debate against Kenthoven, Giovanni. Will you get on camera? Would you like to debate Kenthoven on Scud? Would you? Would you dare? Will you?
Savage Carnage Unlimited.
You want in? You want in? You want to go against big time? You want to go against big KH? Huh? He will wreck you. He will end your career. He will end your debate career. Do you understand? He will end you. He will send you home, putting all your little dino dolls in the fireplace for a nice, warm, crisp Christmas Eve. Just the crackling sound of toys into ashes. Okay? Will you cam up, Giovanni? Giovanni. Why? Molto bene. Mio vistimoni, ah? C'è il lume in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, dare, eh? Vica mia, cutanara. Mamma mia, pataccia lu, eh? Would it be funny to go to a Pentecostal church and just speak in sort of gibberating Italian, and it just confuses the crap out of them? They're all dancing. Shatalapitio kilapatan. I'm all, beneficio, namani, occorini, ah? They couldn't do anything. They actually couldn't police it. Da bavangure, ora si era musica, era la brucia, era la bola, luci, ah, minghia. They're like, is he trolling us? Nope. Breaks out the accordion, flips a tablecloth, like the flip, covers a nearby chair with it, sets up a nice wine, Chianti with a carafe with some bread. And they're like, dude, you got to leave. This is serious. We're doing real speaking in tongues here. And you're like, so am I. Because people don't think about this. They always think speaking in tongues, you can just say anything that comes out of your mouth. Doesn't matter what sound. But why is it restrictive to sound? Why can't you do, like, acting in tongues? Like, what's the equivalent of just doing stuff in the church location? Does it have to sound like gibberish? Can't you just set up things? Can't you just set up a little structure right in the floor, like large-scale Legos, just start building something? Like, there's no rules. There are no rules there. You just say, I'm taken by the Holy Spirit, man. I'm building an igloo. What's your problem? Shatalabikioki. Imagine a Pentecostal-run bank, and you try to go in and get some money, but you could only speak in tongues. Tony, you here? I think we can do that skit. Hello, sir. Good morning. Would you like to make a deposit, or how can I help you this morning? Shootala pikiakio! Speaking my language. Shootabatalo hrutiki paukuk. Shatapuruki debatsito repetika. You're trying to rob us? Hotabarashiki olalna miki. Hallelujah. You believe in dinos didn't exist or what? Dinos, I believe large animals existed. The tale of dinosaurs, insofar as the age, is absurd. The whole entire story is nonsense. Large animals existed. Large animals existing is coincidentally consistent with a biblical narrative of reality. But they need to go, well, no, they're 600 billion trillion years old. You're like, what did they have? Chickens evolved from dinosaurs. What did dinosaurs evolve from? I don't know, maybe chickens or like some sort of thing that's smaller. What? How do you get dinosaurs? How do you get dinosaurs from not dinosaurs? Also, the whole death of the dinosaurs makes no sense. It's like one meteor, so-called meteor, by the way, hits the Earth at some given time that they say in Mexico or something. And the claim is that it wipes out all the dinosaurs. And that's the reason these things don't exist. When the reality is, if it wiped out dinosaurs, you would have a long list of other things that it wiped out, and you would have the narrative about those things as well. And it doesn't even make sense. If dinosaurs existed all over the planet, it doesn't make sense that a meteor didn't wipe out all the animals that we have today because they were in a different location. You're just arguing, well, the dinosaurs just happen to be in one location only for the massive meteor to fall. It doesn't make any sense. It's a total fabricated narrative story. All you have to ask a dino proponent, the same as the Evo proponent, is how do you know that? It ends up being the most simple, most basic epistemic question that we always forget to ask. How do you know that? You know what they say? Based on the bones. As that's you can see by the bones. That's what they say. The based on the bones. Yeah. That's what you're going to sound like. Bones. That's what you're going to sound like, Giovanni. You ask you one question about dinosaurs, this is all we get from you. Based on the bones. As you can see by the bones. Or the bones. Based on the bones. Yeah. Based on the bones. Yeah. Based on the bones. It's insane. It's an insane view. Dinosaurs debunked in 3 minutes. Well, I don't know if this is going to be good, but now it's here, so you might as well watch it. Wait, that went too fast. In 1806, naturalist and painter Charles Wilson Peale assembled in Philadelphia the skeleton of a mastodon. In 1822, Gideon Mantell was responsible for the discovery and the eventual identification of the first fossil teeth. Beautiful. Look at that. Look at that sucker. From these unknown teeth, he literally made up the iguanodon. This is the thing. Some doofus, like the Joseph Smith of paleontology, literally made up a creature like he's a child, the same way Joe Smitty made up a religion. He made it up. He just made it up. Oh, look, a tooth, therefore this thing. That's the beginning. Look at it, you guys. Look, that's based on the bones. As you can see by the bones, or the bones. Based on the bones. Yeah. Based on the bones. That's all it is. And that it's actually not that different today. They find really 15% of a recoverable full skeleton, and they base it on the bones, the symmetry. So if they can basically interpolate the other half, they then dictate the fullness of a skeleton is based on the fullness of symmetry, not the actual fullness of the skeleton. The way we think of that, a child would think, do you have all the bones? My daughter would ask. And I'd go, yeah, totally. 80%. And she'd be like, show them to me. And I show her 13 bones. And she's like, you're a liar, Dad. And I'm like, no, I'm not. It's based on symmetry. See these 13 bones? I could then imagine the other half of them based on the symmetry model and then extrapolate what everything else is, and I declare an animal into existence. And she's like, you're a liar and you're not a good dad. They don't even find 15% in the same place. Yeah, they just kind of pick and choose. They go shopping. And look at this. Sir Richard Owen was controversial figure, one of the biggest scam artists. Must be something about the name Owen. Look, he literally made the term up. There's no evidence when he created this. What did I say? When people were like, oh, you believe in dinosaurs? Now, not to commit the word concept fallacy, but it's important to know that the origin, the etymological origin of the thing that you're defending, to the extent that you buy blankets and pillowcases and thermoses and lunch pails with dinosaurs on them, the coined phrase, the conception, was not based in any meaningful scientific foundation. It was just literally like, oh, imagine. Look at that guy. I don't trust that guy for a second. Look at that dude. Imagine that guy at the end of your bed waking up to that face. I mean, look at that eyeball right there. Look at that evil flap. I'm gonna lie to them about the dinosaurs. And then I will not die a meaningless life. I will leave behind a legacy of comical, fantastical, whimsical creatures that I come out of my... I always wanted to know where the dragon was. I'm doing atheist level research. This isn't research. And you have no counter to this, Giovanni. In fact, saying it's atheist level research doesn't actually... Like, I've actually stated a couple of facts right here. Notice how you didn't say any of the facts were wrong. Is it true, Giovanni? Let's see if you can do good faith engagement. Is it true, Giovanni, that the term dinosaur and the conception of dinosaur precedes all of the what you consider scientific endeavors, research, paleontology, and the rest? That the concept of it precedes the facts of the matter? That's called confirmation bias. When you posit something that's the case, and you start with that, and then you just find all of these things and you fit it into your supposition. Hey, if atheist level research is enough to set the dinosaur narrative as it's sold to us off its track, I mean, that's just more to say about the narrative than my argumentation. Rachel says, I think my biggest flex is that I am a dinosaur from another time who only posts self maybe 2 per time. Yeah, you're a dinosaur. You're a different type of dinosaur. Look at that guy. That guy creeps me out. From 1856 until 1884, he was superintendent of the British Museum. Yeah, so he's like, oh, I'm going to be the museum. I'm going to invent a creature. And then what does a museum do? It sells tickets. Don't get me, don't be confused about it. A museum sells tickets. And by the way, all this time, it's not just this. We're not just focusing on Owen here. Because during this time frame, there's a set of about 300 years, I think. I'm being very generous with that. It could be shorter. Where it became a trend to find like bizarre animals. And this makes sense because the ability to travel for the first time wasn't so constrained. You weren't promised near death. We were finally out of the phase of almost imminent death to go travel somewhere. And then even to come back with anything. So this kicks off, and what you're capable of doing is finding all of these different things, unique novelties from different places. And one of those things, were strange, exotic animals. It's a big time. Like before we had movies, people were reading adventure stories about people going around the world because they couldn't do it. They lived through the lives of people's adventures, whether they were fictional or nonfiction. And some of those adventures included these naturalists who went around and they wanted to discover more. They wanted to find a new species. They wanted to find an exotic thing. And it was very common in the economics to make something, to actually like make some exotic thing and go to a show or go to like a trade market and you sell this bizarre exotic thing. Not only did that exist, it still exists today. There are still people who suspend their disbelief and they go to these markets and they buy what they really, truly, wholly believe or want to believe is a real mermaid that's this big, that's petrified in wood or something like this. This was a common thing, very popular. There's some money in it. There was some money in it. Let me catch up real quick here. Eddie, thank you so much. Dinosaurs are real because the bones. Alchemist, $5. JB, please shout out to my girl Heidi. Hey, Heidi. I know you're not feeling well, but I know Ruru and Sammy will take care of you. Chorizo for breakfast, please. There you go, Heidi. Nazir, another 2. Geofanny said send him a link. Oh, are you gonna debate me now? Are you not gonna save it for Kent Hovind? You're not gonna save it for the final boss of evolution and dinosaurs? JB, we literally found the hollow earth. I saw it in a documentary called Godzilla versus Kong. This is settled science. There we go. JB, give me a link or something. I will do this. Well, dude, you don't get to just earn time on my live stream, especially an evening one. Certainly not before the goal is met. That's for sure. Not Sunny, extra 10 buckaroos. How can they attempt to predict the rest of the dino off of loose scraps, but also hold the view that any part of your body can turn into anything? That's right. That's right. They hold to these million-year trends for evolution, including bone structure and, as James Tour would say, a complete revamping of the body system. The mapping and the operations, the entire schema of the body, according to evolution, through a set of sort of derivative generations from random mutation, eventually produces something totally unlike what the source is. And under that view, that's a good point, Not Sunny, is that under that view, why are you it's a form of presentism if you think about it. You're assuming things operate the same way something similar operates today, and at the same time, you think the thing could change. You know, that all of its successive generations can change so drastically in a million years. 15 million, by the way, is their number for a Pakicetus, which is a wolf-like land creature frolicking on the beaches of Mexico, becomes a whale in 15 million years. Huxley, that guy's everywhere too. The Huxley family, they are in so many different angles of our created Western world. These people. We don't learn about that in school. We don't learn about the key families. We didn't. How many of us learned in our grade school? You know how we in our somewhat Protestant dominant culture, we never learn about church history. Well, it's very similar. We don't learn about the Royal Society, for instance, and their influence on academia, history, anthropology, paleontology, evolution, worldviews, paradigms, and so forth. Medicine. We're like, oh, no, we just, everything just kind of naturally, totally grassroots academia merged out of the pit of hell, just naturally emerged. No, none of it's natural. Now, I will agree that this is way over the top. Like, this is not the go-to. I just think it's entertaining. Error, first known fossil bird Yeah, there's tons of errors. I mean, there's also fraud that follows. So if it's talking about dinosaurs or just evolution, you know, what you find, and it sometimes takes 50 years. For instance, Piltdown Man. Some of these evolution proponents don't even know what Piltdown Man is. And if you can grasp from them that they don't know, you could use it as a trap. You bring it up, you go, oh, so you're saying Piltdown Man is a valid, because that looks like a man, but it's kind of mutilated or something, that I should think that we evolved from something not us? And oh, yeah, that's a good one. Oh, that was a fraud. Oh, shit. Yeah, the entire, look, what they're establishing here, Giovanni, I know you love dinosaurs. What they're establishing is that the root foundation of the entire view, the entire storybook of dinosaurs, is based on flawed philosophy, fraudulent activity. And it's not a genetic fallacy. It's not. Because if the foundation is broken, I'm not saying the foundation is broken because it comes from the guy. I'm saying the guy gave us a broken foundation. Everything's built off of these false assumptions. And they didn't even know shit. They didn't even know anything about like genetics, or they weren't able to study animals, even the ones we have, with such like high rigor. That's why all of these old views of evolution and dinosaurs and the way the world is, these things constantly change. And that's what the scientismo says is the advantage. They're like, believe our dogma and we'll ostracize you and call you retarded until it changes, and then you're not, then it's fine. Then it's fine. But until it changes, you're retarded and stupid, and you should believe us until it changes. And then everyone's wrong. But then it's okay. Stupid. Tagauch, $10. Wanted to say enjoyed it tonight. Gotta go. Thank you so much for the support, Tagauch. I really appreciate you. Thank you for the entertainment tonight. Merry Christmas to you. You as well. Dustin, what's up, Dustin? I know evolution is real because the platypus is obviously intermediate between a duck and a beaver, duh. Checkmate. Checkmate. Chessmate. Oh, you found footprints. Giovanni, do you also believe we evolved from pond scum? Look at that beast. Look at that beast. Look at that. Imagine pouring the mold and the plaster for this shit because you found teeth, and then having the balls to charge ordinary people money to go see your structures that you built off the assumption from teeth. I mean, people are like, no, that's too big. You know, if it's a lie, it's too big of a lie. No, people would find out. No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. That's not how culture works. That's the other part that sometimes we don't really consider, is that, how do I put this? The facts of the matter sometimes are in no match for the current of culture. That the current of culture can be so strong. And we know this. Look at Karunka. Look at what we lived through. 5 years, dude, of insanity, where the current, the cultural current was so strong. And you thought you were in the canoe of reasoning. You thought you could paddle your way against the current using facts and logic. Nope. What I'm saying is that when people are caught up in the current of culture, which is why culture creation is so important. That's why the CIA used culture creation. Because in the end, it's not facts and logic that win out. It's the wave of culture. So if you create a culture that's easily accessible, easy to participate in, lucrative, entertaining, popular, you don't give people reason to doubt it. You give them more reason not to doubt it. Well, I really love the fantasy of going to a museum and looking at giant creatures. By golly, don't take that away from me and Nancy. Finally got away from the kids. Now you're rooting for this for me? By golly, I want to see a giant bird with Nancy. I put my pants on for nothing. I am more than happy, by golly, to pay the $12 to get into the museum. I'll even buy the 50-cent sandwich. And I'm not going to sit here and listen to someone like you take my dreams away from me. It's like, dude, you're a little kid. You're a child. You're a child. Have I ever played Red Dead Redemption? Yeah, I actually played a whole couple hours as Ben Shapiro. And then the dinosaurs. Honestly, let's look. I'll be fair. Watch. Let's look at something more serious. How do I even look it up? The meteor. Let's hear it from the scientist's mouth. Actually, Neil, I want to hear Neil Tyson and Mustache do it. Neil deGrasse Tyson. Dinosaur extinction. This is the funniest. Like, the story of the extinction is the funniest thing ever. Let me see if I can get this. It tells us how you could watch the dinosaurs go extinct. What exactly killed? Here, BBC. This will do just fine right here. Watch. It's wild. People just eat this up. You know what I mean? They're just like, yeah, no, I'm about it. I love it. I love this stuff. Are you going to take that away from me, JimBob? I had a good day with my kid at the museum, and you stole my memories with my children. You freak. What kind of demonic entity are you? We painted dinosaurs together. I made him a remote control dinosaur skeleton that actually moves and picks up acorns. And you're going to just steal it from me? You have hatred in your heart. Thank you. Shout out to MadeByJimbob who brought me food. Everybody W's in the chat. All right, let's talk about dinosaurs. Where's my dino guy? Is he still here? Giovanni, you ready for everything you learned in school? Are you ready?
Now, there has been lots of debate about exactly what killed the dinosaurs.
How do you debate that? Unbelievable.
Since the 1980s, scientists have believed the main culprit was an asteroid.
You see this? It's like the 80s. That's not even that far ago. It's not even that long ago. It's like, oh, well, probably an asteroid. By the way, asteroids themselves, if you really want to get bent out of shape, Giovanni, I don't even believe there's evidence that a thing called an asteroid exists in the way they say that could actually break through and land on Earth. You believe asteroids exist and they land on Earth or they form things. Bullshit. There's no evidence of that. Oh, an asteroid. It's like, Oh, you deny the dinosaurs and the mainstream media narrative of dinosaurs exists? You deny it, Jim Bob? What about the asteroid? And you're like, don't get me started. An asteroid? You mean the asteroids that, according to your model, delivered all the water on the Earth? That's how insane you people are. I'm not just trying to gaslight you. You're insane. You think meteors and asteroids delivered how many billions of gallons of water? How did that happen? What is it? Cosmic Uber Eats? What are you, Mormon? Huh?
From the far reaches of the solar system, the size of Mount Everest.
Sure.
And on a collision course with Earth.
Cool story, bro.
An extraordinary claim requires some extraordinary evidence. And
whatever, gay guy.
Let's be clear, claiming that a 6-mile-wide asteroid crashed into the planet, unleashing the power of 1 billion nuclear weapons is an extraordinary claim. So where is the evidence? Where is the smoking gun? Well, I'm sat in it. This is called a cenote. It's a word that comes from one of the Mayan languages. It literally means hole in the ground filled with water.
You guys get that? Hole in the ground filled with water.
Now, take a look at this map of this part of Mexico, the Yucatan Peninsula. And when I superimpose the cenotes, you see there's an enormous number of them. The landscape is completely freckled. But then look again in more detail. You see this here? There's an arc of these geological features running across here. And if we complete the arc, turning it into a circle...
That's your evidence, you retard? Unbelievable. You guys just see what he did?
You see, there's tiny pits on the Earth, and there we can put out all the pits.
Dude, you can draw a circle anywhere on that map, dummy.
Oh, look. We drew a line of circles, and we made a larger circle, see? We've got ourselves a large circle with a bunch of little circles. You see the circles?
I'm sorry, why didn't you make a square?
I don't believe in square asteroids. I believe in circular ones. I've got myself a circular one.
It has a diameter of 110 miles.
I'm sorry, I don't see the circle. Are you gaslighting me? Just because you drew a red circle doesn't mean the circle's there, you freak. I'm literally, it's like talking to my kid who's like, look, I saw a dinosaur. I saw a thing. Look at the animal. You're like, where?
Look, your shirt made an animal. Your elbow's an animal.
I'm like, children are kind of crazy. This guy's doing the same thing, dude.
I drew a red circle on the map, and now I'm going to gaslight you in believing there's an asteroid who hit there.
Which corresponds perfectly with the inner rim of the crater made when the asteroid struck our planet.
That's called circular reasoning. So you assume the thing, and then you look for something, and you go, say, I'm sorry, dummy. How did you determine the same effect wasn't produced by that?
Now, the cenotes weren't formed at the time. Over
Brendan?
Millions of years, that impact seems to have weakened the rock here. Water has leached through it, forming cave systems, which have collapsed in some places, giving us this ring of cenotes.
What a bunch of bullshit.
A devastating remnant of the asteroid strike.
No, that was it? That was your entire evidential case right there? That wouldn't make 5 minutes in court. You took a digital map, you drew a circle, and then you described the physical things around you to be the effect of the thing that you think is the cause. And now you're putting a dramatic music for us to listen to. You think you already skipped all of the work.
See, now I'm going to trigger, we're going to go ahead and trigger the asteroid coming to Earth.
That brought the reign of the dinosaurs to a crashing end.
Did it? Oh no! Only us! It's only us! Damn minorities.
Nice picture, isn't it?
Fuck!
The blast annihilates everything within its reach.
Within its reach, okay. Except for everything it didn't. Look at that. Now, obviously, this is CGI, but it's like that doesn't even justify the end of a bunch of animals that would likely be all around the world.
Earthquakes and tsunami tear across the planet.
No, it doesn't.
And then it begins to rain.
By the way, that's also how the moon was made. And then it started raining.
Thank you.
And then it started raining a lot, and I couldn't get, there's no dino brollies. Not a single dino brolly in sight.
Not water, but scorching hot rock.
I love how the planet itself that would ultimately be destroyed by this still maintains its structure for things like floods and fires.
It's like, and then it hit it, and then instead of destroying everything, there were trees that burned down.
Well, I thought the trees were destroyed in the blast.
Nope. There were some stronger trees that were left behind that then fell victim to the smaller fires. The brush fires were terrible. Terrible.
Made from the asteroid and the bedrock it had struck.
Now think about this. The bedrock, you know, to our knowledge, underneath us, there's lava. There's a lot of water, a lot of different things, oil, there's some lava. And looking at a circle, especially concentric circles, by the way, if you look at concentric circles, and you imagine there is a time period where things like a volcano existed, but much smaller. That's not unreasonable. That there are things that you look at a volcano and you go, look at that volcano. Well, those are the big volcanoes. It's not unreasonable to think that small absence of Earth and matter can be created from actually not from an asteroid hitting or anything like that, rather created from the bottom, and it makes more sense. By the way, when a giant asteroid comes and annihilates the world, where is the giant? They think there's a dip. This is how insane these people are. They think there's a crater. No. If a giant asteroid was big enough to hit Earth and annihilate a bunch of animals and everything on it, you wouldn't have a crater. You would have a mountain.
Oh, no. What happens, Jimbob, is the giant asteroid that's massive smashes down to the Earth and everything disappears about it and it creates a little dip.
Really, where did all the matter go that the asteroid is made of?
Well, it kind of, have you ever seen the video from the Twin Towers, Jimbob? It's kind of like that. Just kind of turns into nothing.
Well, no. You still have a pile.
No, you got an absent pile. It's just an absence of it. That's what happens. Well, when a giant thing that's so massive beyond your own comprehension hits the Earth, it also disappears and makes a dip. Gives the Earth a bit of a tempo. It poofed right on the impact, that's what it did. Right on the impact, it poofed away. And that's why the dinosaurs went away. Everything else is still the same, though. Everything else survived. Oh, did chickens evolve from dinosaurs? Yeah, they did. But the dinosaurs died. Well, the dinosaurs died, but they were lucky to procreate with something that was close to a chicken. Yeah, the chicken evolved from the dinosaur, but they all died. But there was some weird leftover pseudo-dinosaur that stayed around. Made the chickens millions of years later, Jimbob. It's so stupid. It's just so dumb.
With the following consideration.
Ooh. This is who trained Giovanni. This is who taught Giovanni's entire worldview.
I will not preclude the possibility that someone might one day invent a warp drive. Okay? Suppose that could happen.
Unbelievable, this guy. He should be put in a gulag. I thought he was going to tell us about dinosaurs. He's talking about time travel. Here we go. Now we're talking. I want the real stuff. Give me the goods, Tyson. Oh, I'll give you the goods.
Asteroids and near-Earth objects are a big part of our solar system.
Really?
Science fiction writers and filmmakers love to create stories that involve asteroids.
Yeah, I call that high school. I call that, I don't know, public education.
Whether it is a collision with Earth or an asteroid mining colony. The problem with most movies about asteroids is they assume that there's this big thing coming towards us and we can just blow it up. In reality, the prospect of planetary defense against asteroids is far more complex. What if an asteroid was heading for Earth? What could we do about it? Unlikely as it may seem, it can happen.
Based on what? How can it happen? For me, there is no evidence that this story, that an asteroid can hit us, can happen. Now, they just expect you to just accept this because of sci-fi. Most science fiction, it was the precursor to everything you know about NASA. It was all based on sci-fi. And you notice how you can't question the starting assumption. This is the dogma of the scientismo world we live in. You can't question the first starting assumption of evolution. You can try to argue it within what's acceptable. You can't question gravity unless you accept the foundational notion, and then you can argue. You can't question evolution. You can't question asteroids. You can't question how the world became the world without assuming these dogmas. Then you can argue. But if you go, wait, hold on a second. What if it's the case that there's no such thing as an asteroid that hits Earth ever? What if it's my observation that every time there's even something smaller, like what you call a meteor, when you see it in the sky, whether it's video or your bare sight, it never lands. It always skims across something and putters out. Where's the evidence that large rocks from space fall and land on the Earth? Where's the evidence?
Asteroids are rocky fragments left over from the formation of the solar system about 4.6 billion years ago.
How do you know that? What are you talking about? You just made a claim that you can't justify.
Well, let me start with another story. Asteroids are fragments of the creation of the universe 40 billion thousand million years ago. I hope you believe that, because if you don't, I can't really get to the next section of bullshit.
Most of the asteroids orbit between Jupiter and Mars, whether Jupiter's gravity prevents them from ever combining into a larger body. There are, however, asteroids and comets that have been nudged by the gravitational attraction of nearby planets into orbits that allow them to enter the Earth's neighbourhood. They are called near-Earth objects. They are not yet well understood. They have only been tracked for a few years, and their orbits are usually very uncertain. It is difficult to predict how close an object will come to Earth, or where it will hit. One such asteroid that fits this description was discovered in 2004, and initially appeared to have a chance of hitting Earth on April 13th, 2029.
Yeah, right.
Any object that's classified as an NEO has an orbit that crosses Earth's orbit, which means it will...
Am I a flat earther? No, that doesn't make any sense.
One day collide with Earth. It will collide with Earth. It's not
Why?
just maybe.
What do you mean?
Just
How do you know that?
When?
How do you know
we have
that?
an asteroid headed towards us, discovered in 2004, December. The reason why this is important is the very first calculation showed it might have been like a 1 in 10 chance that it would collide with Earth on April 13th, 2029. This is the size of the Rose Bowl, this thing. And it would be the biggest thing ever known to hit Earth in recorded history. During human occupation of the world, this would be the biggest thing we would know. So better data
And what's the other things? What are the other things?
came along, and we learned it would not hit us then, but it could hit us the next time around if it threads a keyhole, a very narrow set of orbits. If it has one of those trajectories, Earth's gravity on it would be just right to bend it in such a way so that...
This guy's just, I mean, what a charlatan. All he's really saying is that a hypothetical that he could imagine could happen if it happened. That's all he's saying. It could. If the thing happened the way I think it could happen, then it could happen. Really? That's really great. Really super scientific. Yep. That's your science guy right there. It could happen. Well, if it happened, then it could happen. And if it threads a keyhole and heads toward us, and there's no evidence for it, but if there was evidence, then it could happen. Wow. Wow. Top tier.
7 years later, it will hit Earth. So you want to make sure this does not go through the keyhole. So at some point, you got to sit down and pay attention, even if it's several...
Neil deGrasse Tyson's dream job. You know, his dream, not even a job, his dream, like if he had a dream about dying, and if there's one thing he could make sure that happened in his lifetime, was a scenario where an asteroid was coming and he was called by the president as one of the appointed consultants. That is his dream. That, like, he can't stop thinking about it.
In a million. So if it threads the center of the keyhole, it'll hit 500 kilometers west of Santa Monica, plunge into the ocean to a depth of 3 miles, cavitating the ocean to a width of 3 miles. It'll explode. That's the cavitating force, and send a tsunami 5-story tall that will come to the west coast of North America and basically wipe it clean.
Named Apophis after the ancient Egyptian deity who embodied chaos, its estimated diameter is between 1,115 and 1,214 feet. Additional observations cleared up the concern of a direct impact. Apophis is expected to pass close to Earth in 2029, 2036, and again in 2068.
We have sort of top people working on this, and one of them is sort of a...
We have top people working on this, you guys. Apparently that's all you have to say these days. I'm going to start saying that. I'm just going to start using that for my channel. Like, you know why you guys super chat me so much? Because I have top people working on this. Top of the top. And I'm saying top. I'm at top, tippity top.
Gravitational tractor beam, where if I'm the asteroid and this is the spaceship, you bring a spaceship close to the asteroid, and then their mutual gravity will want them to come together. But you fire some retro rockets to prevent that.
So stupid.
And each time you fire the retro rockets, you're...
I'm sorry, how do you fire a rocket? What's going on? How do you get rockets in space? I'm sorry. you have rockets in space, so you're going to use like a multi-pronged thruster situation in space. What are you going to do? How are you going to do that? Like firing a rocket in what their conception of space is hilarious because like it needs to be like it's not this like idea we have where a rocket is a bullet, a large bullet that in our atmosphere travels with a trajectory and a vector forward facing, zipping through the air, forward facing. It needs to be different in space. In space, you don't have the same physics that you would have locally. So, you need to expel mass in any direction that you need at any time. That means practically you would need a thruster in a lot of different locations on a rocket. And what it would look like is really embarrassing. It wouldn't look like this intimidating phallic structure heading toward a country like Israel.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
It would be like going sideways at some point. Thank you. It would go sideways. It would twist around. It could hit sideways. It would look like one of those silly people in the anti-gravity planes. You're right. It would look silly. Well, we would send a rocket into space. A space rocket. Ooh, space rocket. Damn internet. Someone's throttling all of us.
Effectively tugging the asteroid out of harm's way, gravitationally. You don't have to tug it by much.
Oh, gravitationally. This is hilarious. So we're supposed to believe that an invisible force that's a pseudo force that doesn't actually do anything, that's actually a fixture of mass itself, is going to pull an asteroid away from its trajectory, right? And yet we're supposed to believe that that exists when we're not being pulled into the sun. Like, I don't get what their logic is. All you need to do is introduce a new object, and then Jimmy Pigsnake here. Thank you for continuously pushing us to go to Divine Liturgy this last Sunday. I took my family for the first time. Thank you, bro. You're welcome, and thank you for taking them all, Sean. That's awesome. Keep going, man. It's the cool thing is, different people are at different stages. Like, you could have a family member really gung-ho, and you could have a wife not gung-ho, and you could have, and the rest. But something really beautiful happens when you continue to go, and then you sort of settle into the mode, for lack of a better term. It really starts to get rich. So I'm happy for you.
From Triceratops to Benji Space Poop, it's all a pile of evidence.
Retro rockets have a bunch of nozzles on them in each direction per official fiction. Yeah, that's what would need to happen. Because you don't have the same, you're not dealing with the same situation. You're basically farting up a storm. It's like if you were in space and you wanted to go in every direction, you would need a butthole on every part of your body. And you'd be like, oh, this way. And you would need to be constantly doing it. This is why the narrative of going to the moon is so absurd. Have you ever seen the alleged practice item that these guys were using here locally to fly around, to train for landing on the moon with totally different physics, by the way? It is the most absurd thing I've ever seen. Like this idea of these three Freemasons in space in a center command module that's mostly coded by a bunch of women, some of them black, in the early 60s, with no background in programming, just a couple of mathematics degrees, right? Margaret Hamilton, one of them, who just happens to be named exactly after the witch, the actress who plays the Wicked Witch of the West in the in The Wizard of Oz, she writes a stack of papers and sends people to the men to the moon automatically. Automated. Mostly automated. She's responsible with some black chicks for crunking out the guidance system. But we lost all that technology that women built. Minorities built it. But you imagine this, and they finally get out of Earth's orbit, and it switches over to a different thrusting system. You know, oxidized combustion, releasing mass from an object, necessarily pushing it forward, wherever forward is. But that has to be true for pushing up. Orientation as well, right? You have to be able to gimbal different directions, not just go in a direction, but face a direction. This is all figured out in a rush order from Jack Kennedy in 10 years. By the way, if you look at the development leading up to about 1966, there were people internally going, this isn't going to happen. What are we doing? This is insane. In fact, the Saturn V, based on its trajectory and its capabilities, leading up to about 66, 67, could only make its way about 200 miles up into the sky. Now, that means between 1966, 67 until 69, it was able to develop the capacity, against all doubt, to not only exceed 200 miles up into the sky, but reach the capacity of 238,000 miles and back. It just happened. I don't know how. It was just a shot in the dark. Don't expect me to understand it. It just happened. Anyway, once you're out of the Earth's atmosphere, wherever that is, totally arbitrary, you are up against what they would describe as a vacuum, where you're not using the same type of tech. And you have to make it all the way to the moon, and then you have to figure out how to land on the moon, and then you have to figure out how to take off from the moon, never having trained it in real life. You have to just do it. You just launch off the moon and reattach yourself to a center command module that's orbiting the moon at 17,000 miles per hour. You do it all in 1969 without any practice. Dude, you just believe this. You just believe it. You know why you believe it? You believe it because there has to be people smarter than you that understand it better. And even your incredulous responses could be of no match to one Don Pettit, who is fundamentally autistic at the highest level. No, Neil Tyson is smarter than you. Your concerns, your reasoning, your rationality, it's all garbage compared to these people. They know better. And yet, they can't explain how any of that happened then. Certainly, they can't explain how many years later, more than a half century, they still can't do it. They can't do it.
You move it sideways a little, that amount continues to drift, and it will miss Earth entirely. So this would be a mission of the right timetable to design, build, and send to Apophis to save the Earth.
Recent measurement unveiled that this asteroid is drifting more than 500 feet per year from its expected position.
Imagine how much leverage you can gain if you get someone to believe that you're the exclusive group of people who could save the Earth.
In its orbit. In some cases, acceleration.
Dumber than Candace, congrats. I don't know if you're talking to me. Certainly, it would be dumber to argue that we went to the moon in 1969. Just saying dumber than Candace does not get you a good position in defense of 1969 traveling to the moon.
Half white, half black woman NASA scientist here. Don't forget that it takes 2 huge rocket boosters to launch anything off of the Earth, but then doesn't require even one of those rocket boosters to leave the moon's gravitational pull.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you have to reach a massive amount. And then they hijacked the gravity to make it their way back to Earth, too. You know what I mean? Just hitchhiked. They're just like, hey, can we catch a ride on your line of gravity? Can we just jump on your line? Neither does. We haven't done it since. Actually, that's a better argument. I have a better position than you. Why? Because I could look at other technologies that don't follow that trend and use induction. You're not using anything. S1-91669. What kind of fucking retarded name is that anyway? Who's naming these people? No, I have induction. Mine is reasonable. Mine's reasonable. Like, for instance, stupid username. When did we do the first heart transplant? Do you know when? I think it was 62 or 63. First time. Okay. That's the first heart transplant. Now, I picked the heart transplant not only because it's a massive feat for humans capability, but it was around the same time as the alleged moon landing missions. And so when you look at the heart transplant, that's a technology that got better and better and better. And some of the methods got cheaper and cheaper, and some got a little more expensive. But that's not an excuse for not developing it. And what happened is the singular heart transplant that happened, that's one piece of technology that humans developed. One of the notable feats for human kind in history. During the same time, maybe arguably the most incredible thing that humans have ever done would be to land on the moon, in 1969 especially. And so what do we see? What do we see with other technological trends? You see an increase in capability. You see they become ubiquitous. You see that they become cheaper generally. You see that they become privatized. You see that they become something that that even the normal, ordinary day person who just puts their pants on, no special person, can participate at some level of the technology. You see that, well, you see that with a heart transplant. You don't see that. In fact, the so-called technology that we had in 1969 that NASA destroyed, not lost, they allegedly destroyed it. You see no other example in human history where someone developed a technology and within the same time frame of the same generation, people existing, they lost the technology. They don't have it. Nobody can do it. Not only Americans, right? Nobody can land a man on the moon since 1969. So I'm actually using reasoning, S1-191669. You have no arguments. None. You have no reason. Wait, why is my space rocket shaped like a dreidel? They should make a dreidel. Israel should definitely launch. I would send the Jews to space. Well, that would be a funny euphemism. I bet if we could make send the Jews to space you say it in a positive way, and you'll watch that they'll just automatically take it as a negative way. They'll be like, you're trying to... The space is a euphemism for the biggest cosmic oven that ever existed.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
There's no friction in space, so nothing stops momentum in any direction. Ships would be swing. Yeah, they would swing. But yeah, they would. That's the thing I'm trying to wonder is like the amount of force if you were going to just take the, expelled mass will push the same in the opposite direction principle. Like if you're on a trampoline and you push you're holding a bowling ball. If you push the bowling ball, you'll actually go away from the bowling ball. So I understand that, but the direction and the orientation are two different things. But they got this figured out in 1969 without any practice.
Through space can help avoid a collision, which fortunately is also the case for Apophis. As of February 2021, the chances of impact during the 2068 flyby of Apophis are now less than 0.0006.
I'm still waiting for the wise ass in the chat. Where is he? Where's the number guy? Can you give me one counterexample in this time period that we live in? At least 100 years. Give me an example of a technology that we all witnessed occurred as an achievement, and we lost it. So we got better heart transplants, therefore we did not go to the moon. I didn't say that. I said it's inductive, not deductive, you retard. Now I'm asking you, retard. I asked you a direct question, retard. Can you give me one example within this 100 years, since the 60s, of a technology that was developed that went backwards in its capability? One. Can you? Come on, numbers guy. Why you... See, this is what he does. You mad, bro? I'm not mad. This is me normal, dude. Just answer the question instead of trying to use a feminine approach to examining my state of emotions. Answer my question or you get booted. Give me one example of a technology that was developed around the 60s that today doesn't exist in any capacity.
Six, 7%. These observations, according to David Tohen at the University of Hawaii, aren't easy to obtain and analyze. Factors such
He's just worried about my emotions. Yeah, typical fag.
as the asteroids.
I believe in space. You have a good reason to not believe it. I'm going to adjust by looking at your emotions. Shut up, you retard. Answer the question, retard.
Distance at the time of observation.
Fucking hate gaslighters. They should be beaten down in public.
Its composition.
I will whip you.
Its shape and its surface features all affect the
Come on, F466719.
outcome. The most important observations of Apophis will come during its close Earth flyby in 2029. Scientists around the world will have the opportunity to study the asteroid's size, shape, composition, and possibly even its interior.
That's how you know these people are like under some sort of like, I don't even know that, like, what are they defending? That's what's interesting about it. You know, I can do my own psychoanalysis here. I could do my own psychological report. Why would someone be invested in the idea that we went to the moon in 1969 to the extent they would feel personally attacked if someone said otherwise? Think about that. That's like their religion. Like that is entwined in their very being. That means their childhood is a lie. That means their uncle is a liar. That means so many things to them. And yet here's just a guy on the internet going, I don't really believe we went to the moon, and here's why. And he's all, you sound like Candace Owens. You're ruining my childhood. My grandma loved me, you jerk. It's like, you...
An asteroid impact on Earth.
And I'm still waiting for a counterexample. Oh, because it's well documented? No, there's not well documented. Oh, you mean the telemetry data? Was the telemetry data well documented? I don't know. Are you talking about the telemetry data? Where are you? Give me your location. It was well documented? Oh, really? Really? That's interesting you say that. So, would you consider telemetry data one of the, maybe the prime, top of the line categories of data that we would expect from such claims? You freak! You little freak! What documentation? Oh, do you mean when they landed on the moon? Are you talking about the video? Is that what you're talking about? I just want to get clear. Are you talking about when Neil Armstrong and the rest of the Masons landed on the moon and he stepped out and he played golf? Are you talking about that? You freak. I just want to know, what documentation? Can you give me one? One? Is that what you're talking about? I just want to know. I want to know what you're talking about. Is that the one you're talking about? Which document? Because, look, if it's the technology that was documented, that's gone, according to them. According to them, what you saw in 1969 when you heated up your shitty mashed potatoes in your little boomer chair, watching the old tube, that wasn't real either. Now, I asked you a question, scum. Give me one counterexample of a technology that we executed to a high level in the 60s that we don't have today. Video, radio, audio. Yeah, that doesn't tell me anything. What video and audio? What are you talking about? You think audio and video, that's evidence? You deserve the worst. JB, don't move. There's a T-Rex right behind you. Video and audio, the video and audio. Oh, really? Like when they landed on the moon? Are you talking about the video when they landed on the moon? I just want to make sure, right? I just want to make sure. Is that what we're talking about? Huh? Is that what we're talking about? Huh. Huh. Hold on a second. I just want to know, you're talking about the video, right?
About this, because this is fascinating. I remember very clearly, I think anybody who was alive at the time does. I remember my parents waking me up and we went down and we watched you guys land on the moon.
No, you didn't.
What?
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Are you listening there, numbers man?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture.
Oh, no, there wasn't any television. There was no one taking pictures, numbers, man. It looks like you have to cross off the video from your little list. Looks like you have to cross off the video from your list, man.
You watched animation.
You watched animation. So, according to your own daddy, Buzz Aldrin, the thing you listed as evidence called video, he calls it animation. The man himself who supposedly went. You prick.
See, you associated what you saw with...
I have very hazy memories.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
look, Conan O'Brien knows he's bullshitting it. That would crush you if you didn't already know that. Conan O'Brien's like, it's all bullshit. Everything's bullshit. My whole life's bullshit. Everything's entertainment and bullshit. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Junk, 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 junk. Who cares? The world's a stage. Big deal. Deal with it. Show's over. So there's your video evidence right there. Would you like to argue a different mode there, numbers boy? Because I'm still waiting, along with the entire chat here. Give me one example of a technology, a technological feat or an achievement that we did in the 60s that we totally lost the capability of today. One massive technological achievement in the 60s that we perfected, right? Repeated it, that we lost.
Well, no, but what we saw was we all were gathered around the old curved top radio and listened.
Talking about.
There's your audio. So we got two elements, right? This guy comes to the table, numbers man, whose space lunchbox is threatened. Mommy loved him so much, bought him a space lunchbox. Mommy doesn't love me if space isn't real. There's the audio part. Oh, we have audio. You heard audio.
How many feet we were going to the left and right, and then I said, contact light, engine stop. And a few other things, and then Neil said, Houston, Tranquility Base, the Eagle has landed.
And that's what you guys all heard. That's what all of our boomer grandparents and parents heard. They had a transmission that was totally centralized from one place out to everyone. There was no reason to doubt it. It was delivered, right? Steam locomotives. I could build a steam locomotive in my backyard, a minute one. What are you talking about? We lost steam locomotive. Oh, fuck, dude. You're so fucked. We know how to make a steam locomotive, dude. You do it in a science experiment in 7th grade, you dipshit.
Man, how about that?
That was very exciting.
Not a bad line.
Yeah.
Not a bad line. Not a bad line. He's just look at him. He's smirking. He's like, you people are so stupid and lost. In a sense, you got to think of it from their nihilistic perspective. I could understand this. I don't agree with it, but the fallen part of me, the nihilistic part of me that shows up every once in a while, can understand that if you knew that such a massive amount of people were so gullible, you might actually believe that it's better that they believe a lie. I don't believe this. I'm just saying. I'm steel manning. Look at the contempt he has in his face. You poor little schmucks. You little peasant rats. You dumb people. We lie to you to protect your dumb asses. You couldn't even handle it if you knew what was going on. You'd lose your shit. And he might even be right, honestly. Look, my nihilism kicked in. Just like that. It all kicked in. He might actually be right. Yeah, maybe he's right. $10 from Giovanni Garcia. By the way, as a dino guy, JB is 100% right on this one. Even AI will tell you that traveling to the moon is a tech we lost from the 60s. Makes no sense. Yeah. One other, look, he said locomotives. No. You know what Elon Musk said? He made a little documentary about going to the moon because he was totally misled by NASA and his heroes. He totally thought, this is a dream. I'm going to be the one that privatizes this, what they did in the 60s. It's amazing. They just couldn't do it. I can do it. They shut him down. They said, nah, let's go to Congress. We're going to deal with this. You can't do this. It's too dangerous. You get to do a little play school version. How about this, Elon? You launch a little rocket in the sky and we make a catcher for it. It comes down, you catch it. The people clap. You launch up the rocket in the sky, it comes down, you catch it. It's like a game of catch, the thing you never did with your dad. A rocket go up, catch it, come down. Rocket go up, catch it, come down. You know, because you know what would happen if Elon Musk actually was able to pursue going to the moon independently of the U.S. government and its oversight and its money and its resources and its constraints. You know what he would find out, right? Elon Musk would find out that you can't do it. So they had to bring him to court and be like, listen, we know you're autistic. We're going to give you a playground. Okay? We'll give you a playground to play with, okay, Elon? And he's all, oh, yeah. Sounds good to me. So, well, I want to go to space, so I went to my heroes, and they shut me down. So yeah, so it's sad. It's sad. But developed SpaceX to maybe help the internet and do other things. So my son chopped his dick off. So yeah. Insane. Don't try to gaslight me, you people. You moon landing believing retards. I'm not dumb. I'm not crazy. You're crazy. You're crazy. Still waiting, by the way. Anybody can play. Give me one technology that we accomplished, nearly perfected, I would argue, at least adequately demonstrated its capabilities in the 60s that we lost. Not only look, it's not that people aren't doing it. Don't confuse it. Oh, by the way, the whole purpose of the rant is Elon Musk had to answer this question. I bet it was like media training. He had to answer this question. In his documentary, I forget what it's called, but in the documentary, he goes over this. He said, some people say that we lost the technology and it doesn't make sense. So, but, we used to build aqueducts. So, no, we don't do that anymore either. So, no, dude. I can build an aqueduct. I could build one. I can go out in my little town here and against all HOAs and everything else, go against the permits, I could build an aqueduct. We know how an aqueduct works. We don't need an aqueduct, but we could build one. The argument isn't we don't need to go to the moon. The argument is from the authorities is we can't. We destroyed the technology. You gaslighting freaks. So India and China didn't go there. Would you like to watch India's landing on the moon? I can't believe. I'm so glad you asked. I'm so happy you asked. Let's look at the evidence, shall we? One of my favorite things in the whole world to watch. One of my favorite damn things that I've ever seen in the world. I can't believe you must be a troll who watches me. Can you guys believe he just requested this? I mean, super chat him. Gravio's $20. The internet service is pretty sweet, even though it's essentially Skynet and it'll be another man-made horror. Yeah, it is kind of cool, honestly. You guys are in for a treat, huh? You guys ready? You guys ready? Hey, Vagine, where are you? Where are you? Okay, everybody watch very carefully because this guy says, are you saying India didn't go to the moon? I don't know. India can't even figure out how to make a fucking toilet. India doesn't know how to make shoes. India believes that if you eat cow shit, you're holy. Oh, they went to the moon? Yeah, let's watch the evidence. Let's watch the evidence of India going to the moon, shall we? Everyone, hold on to their space seats.
We can see the Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, who is here to encourage us. And
oh, hey, numbers guy, you see that? There's their space shuttle.
And he is critically looking at the
He's critically?
Visuals.
जी हाँ
Oh my goodness, we landed on the moon! Oh my goodness, we did it! Look at the screen and said, look at the Prime Minister. He's so excited that we landed on the moon. Look at that! Can you believe what just happened? We changed the world. We look at that. Oh my goodness. I nearly pooped I almost pooped my public. Look, there's your evidence, dummy.
आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं
Oh my goodness, look at that. Oh my God. Look at this. Look, they don't see anything. They're literally standing in front of screens with numbers, and they were told, because of their low IQ, that they just landed on the moon. And the only evidence they needed is like the dipshit in the chat. The only evidence they needed is the Prime Minister watching a screen with a terrible CGI that was obviously outsourced to Korea. And just simply the statement, it happened. That's it. That's all the evidence is. It happened is the evidence. The claim is the evidence.
People are applauding.
People are starving and pooping in the streets. People are dodging cows. People are habitually throwing poop at each other for a celebration. The shit that India needs right now makes it completely and entirely unjustifiable that we are hiring people for fake moon missions.
Let us all wait to hear from the Secretary Department of Space and
Look at that pathetic
Chairman
guy.
ISRO,
Look at that.
Shri S. Somnath.
Wow, dude, he's dead. He's just dead inside.
लैंडर मॉड्यूल पूरी तरह से
Dude, look at him. Oh my gosh. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I come to talk to you again. Because in vision softly speaking, you left the world when I was sleeping. And the visions that were planted in my brain still remain. Full lobotomy, dude. These people are dead.
सेफली और सॉफ्टली चंद्रमा के सतह पे
Dude, what? Look, is that the look of someone who, like, look, let's do some psychological analysis here. Is that the look of a guy who realized he just lied to everybody? Or is that the look of a guy who can't believe that who's immersed in the joy of human accomplishment?
लैंड हो चुका है.
Unbelievable.
ये हम लोगों के लिए बहुत ही गर्व की बात है. हिंदी में एक कहावत है कि चंदा मामा दूर के. लेकिन अब हम ये कह सकते हैं कि चंदा मामा अपने घर के.
बहुत ही उम्दा.
Look, no evidence. Screens abound. Look, these are government agencies that extrapolate money. Look, is there a good thing that happens? Yeah, people get jobs. They can feed their family. India needs it the most. India was all, that prime minister was all, we need a program to feed more people. Oh, well, we have a great moon program. Oh, but then we have to go to the moon, right? Nope. Nope, you could hire hundreds of people. You can allocate a ton of funds from different countries, not even your own, if it's in the name of space. Certainly. Not only that, but you could also send your autistic kid to camp if you don't want to watch him anymore.
The hard work of the entire ISRO community has come to fruition.
Come to fruition! Now, the sad part is Number Guy, who's in the chat here, spurging out because I'm trying to take away his dreams and his relationship with his grandma, who bought him a lunchbox with Buzz Aldrin on it. This is enough for him. This is the world we live in, where this is enough. This little clip is enough to go, yeah, India landed on the moon. Were there spacesuits, soccer jerseys, and denim capris sewn together? It's so pathetic. I'm still waiting for the numbers guy. Give me one counterexample of a technology we nearly perfected. We don't even have to perfect it. Any technology we're capable of demonstrating repetitively in the 60s that we lost today. That we lost. Tell me, numbers guy, where are you? Where are you? You're awfully silent.
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, नमस्कार.
Now you can go back and process your chicken with your feet.
Sir, we have achieved soft landing on the moon.
Soft landing on the moon, yeah, soft, meaning not real.
India is on the moon.
India's on the moon. Now we may poop on the moon. We hope that we landed one thing on the moon, one small pebble for mankind, one giant turd. We are so excited to tell you when we landed on the moon. The next step, we can carry humans to the moon and hopefully mark our territory, if you know what I mean. America put a flag on the moon. We will put a dog load on the moon. I will put a pile on the moon. Moon pile. Moon patties.
Sir.
One giant shit for mankind. Unbelievable. And that's evidence for people. Where's numbers guy? That's your evidence, dude. I feel bad for you. I feel bad for you. Oh! What else was I? Oh, Andrew debated a transhumanist. I thought that was a really interesting and refreshing topic, didn't you? Is it up? Can I find it? Thank you. Let me see, because I want to watch some of it. I know it was a little long, so we won't watch the whole thing, but we need a little change here. Oh! Now I can boop on the moon. What was his name? Is it still up on Jake's channel? Or is it? What is it here? Nope, that's not it. Yeah, it's here. Okay. See, I don't know. I might have to watch this fast. Because it's a really interesting topic, but it was a long debate. Zoltan Istvan. Transhumanism is a really interesting topic. I think it's going to be a more popular topic as it becomes a little more real for us. Insofar as what these people are willing to do to transform themselves out of humanity. So I want to see some of it. I want to see. Hey, Max. Hey, buddy. Thank you for your gift. I really appreciate you, man, sending that to us. That was awesome. Really appreciate that.
That's perfect.
Are you Hungarian, Zoltan?
I have a Hungarian passport, but I was born in the United States.
Right.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, he's just asking like your background, your family.
He's not. We're not trying to put you on a list to get you kicked out of the country, buddy.
Hail from Hungary, then.
Yes, absolutely. They escaped from the communist government.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, Mr. Isfin,
at least I got some moon curry.
I appreciate you coming on and take the time today. I don't get to talk to many transhumanists or debate with them, so I appreciate it.
Campy says for $10, thank you. When Bart Sibrel shows Buzz video of them faking how far from Earth they are, and Buzz literally says, "We're just passengers. Talk to the administrator of NASA." And it's to me, it's so obvious. Maybe that because of how obvious it is, people just don't even look at it. They're like, "Well, it's." Plus, there's a social aspect. I mean, look at what happened in the chat, Camp Crystal. This happened with COVID. This happens with all sorts of things. It happened with 9/11. When you watch two buildings standing there for 45 minutes with full tension, and the tension disappears with no obvious reason other than bombs, you gaslight. You get gaslit. You go, no, that doesn't work. You know, two towers don't fall free fall speed onto their own imprint without any help. That doesn't happen. The fact that they were standing before they fell demonstrates that the tension was there. If the tension was there, then the speed at which buildings fall is slowed because there's tension, there's stuff in the way. That's physics. You had to actually deny physics to accept the narrative of 9/11. That's what 9/11 accomplished. It got nearly 80, maybe 80+% of the United States and the world to deny physics itself. Physics. And we're all surprised how many years later that people think men could have babies. Why are you surprised? Do you really think that if you can convince a bunch of people that physics no longer is a thing that holds true, you think it's a big jump 20, 30, 50 years later to get them to believe that that men can, breastfeed or something? No. It's totally on the trajectory. It makes total sense to me. It's a massive gaslighting campaign to get people to deny reality. Thanks for the refreshing ride home after 14 hours of churning out goal slop. You're welcome, dude. You're welcome, Scribs. Thank you for working so hard.
All right, gentlemen. Well, we'll kick it over to Bruce Buffer, who's just waiting backstage, and then we will get into the opening statements.
And now, for the thousands in attendance, let's get ready to rumble!
How does Jake not get copyright strike for that?
And with that?
They fell out of depression. The Twin Towers fell out of depression.
Zoltan, you have 5 minutes on the clock for your opening statement. Let's get into it.
JB, would you be a crusade advocate? Yeah, I would. Essentially, I take a pretty aggressive position on Islam right now. I think right now is the time America should be forcefully removing Muslims from society.
Great. Well, I gave a little bit of my opening statement earlier. Listen, transhumanism is a social movement of many millions of people around the world that want to use science and technology to radically modify the human body and also modify the human experience. Anything from, using exoskeleton suits to kind of climb Mount Everest when you're maybe a senior citizen, even to things like driverless cars, to brain implants, all sorts of wild stuff that is happening, including artificial intelligence. Let me quickly give a little bit of a background on how I even got into this. I began my career as a journalist for National Geographic. I've also been a correspondent for the New York Times. And I have been writing about technology as well as war zones and other issues for 30 years. I mean, I have a ton of 300 plus op-ed essays out there and many more just normal essays.
The thing about Zoltan, and sometimes you come across where people have horrible views and they're still kind of like, I don't know, generally likable people. I think he's one of those people.
I have found that through the war zones I covered, especially for National Geographic, I became very afraid of dying. And because I am somebody who does not believe.
I mean, I understand that. I think the reason you should be afraid of dying is because you believe in an afterlife. Otherwise, it makes no sense to be afraid of dying, because if you died and there was nothing, you couldn't be afraid of the aftermath of dying. It doesn't actually make sense to be afraid of dying. In fact, it's our fear of death that would point to the intuition of something beyond death. Now, the question is to what extent we follow our intuitions. I always found that interesting, that people who believe there's nothing after death fear death. That doesn't make any sense.
In creator, or it's not necessarily I don't believe. I'm kind of just agnostic. I just haven't seen enough evidence or any evidence of a creator, and I certainly don't believe in an afterlife. I have chosen to dedicate.
Yeah, so you have nothing to fear. I don't know what you're talking about.
My life to transhumanism. The number one goal of transhumanism is trying to.
I used to be into this shit. I used to be a futurist. I was all into transhumanism. I clearly swapped out soft Christianity, which I was raised with. No real rigorous tradition, nothing holding me to it. But God bless my parents for yoking me enough. I got just enough of the yellow yoke to come back to it and find the truth. But ultimately, I swapped Christianity for technology. I swapped it out. I was aware of it, too. It was interesting. In my early 20s. I was like consciously aware that my drive toward futurism and tech and virtual worlds and robotics and all these nerdy things, I found myself in all these weird communities. They were like hedonistic, and there's always a fire thrower, and all this, sort of like that culture of like Burning Man, but not at Burning Man, this kind of thing. And I was like, this is where it's at, man. Yeah, the future, man. And looking back, it's so embarrassing. Because there is no telos, there's no direction. In fact, their direction, as you'll see in this debate with Andrew, the direction is some sort of mutilated version of theosis. And in fact, I saw a chat here. The ultimate war that we're always fighting is apotheosis versus theosis. And the good news about transhumanists, even though they're mostly sick, demonic people, and I've met many of them, is that their urge... They have a misplaced urge. They have a misplaced desire. I believe that many people, absent those who actually know God and reject God willfully, which is true wickedness, that people have an impulse toward theosis, that they want to know creator. They want to participate with God through creation, through matter. They want sacrament. They want a sacramental experience. And that's a good part of them. The problem is, the difficulty is extracting that part of them and leaving behind the part that's wrong, that's off, which is the apotheosis part, the Mormon part, the transhumanist part, the trans movement part. But their inclination is good. They have a good inclination that's misdirected. That's what I believe. This guy Zoltan somehow has a degree in philosophy, but through the course of the debate demonstrated he has no understanding of epistemology. Yeah, I doubt he even paid attention. Intel Wild, $5. Cooler with the anti-freak. Freak, yeah.
To overcome biological death with science and technology. And I assure you, based on just how we've done the last 100 years, people are living twice as long as they once did, and they're going to continue to live dramatically longer as we start bringing in some of these brand new technologies, genetic editing, artificial intelligence is starting to uncover these new drugs. There's a bunch of patents and a bunch of drugs that are going to human trials right now, actually. I'd probably say within 18 to 24 months, you will have drugs in the market that effectively make you live 20 to 30% longer.
It's such a stupid position because living longer doesn't even tell you what life should be. That's like saying, I figured out a drug to make my arm really huge. One of my arms massively big, ever growing. Why? No idea why. But it'll happen. I mean, the future is just giant arms everywhere.
Already. So, and we have, 3D printed organs. We have organ transplants. We have all sorts of things that are starting to happen that enable you to live longer when...
Cool. Can you ever print the good? Probably not. MadeByJimbob, please bring Jim Bob a double shot of bourbon. She just got me another beer. I mean, the bourbon's really good, though. Giovanni Garcia, $5. To love Christ fully is to learn true love because he is the only one who loves perfectly. Giovanni, are you Orthodox? If not, why don't you plan on going to Divine Liturgy this weekend? Speaking of transhumanism, we can't even get a good internet signal. These people think they're going to live forever. It's just insane. The reality is insane once you look at it. You're like all your biggest notions of the world turning out how you thought it would and like a future and your utopian vision and all your dreams. All it takes is one red light that's a little too long. All it takes is one wheel of death on the internet to be like, well,
something happens to you. So
I got a little out of hand with my dreams.
And hopefully we'll even have things like universal vaccines for cancer and things like that, for example, Russia just launched apparently a couple days ago. Don't know if it works. But the point is, transhumanism is all around you. It's happening.
Yeah, Zoltan. Why don't you inject yourself with a bunch of jibby jabs? Let's see how that goes.
Very quickly. And its number one goal is to overcome death and biological aging. It's not just really we don't want to die. It's actually we want to remain as younger people, and we will be able to reverse aging.
That's the other thing about living forever. It's not living forever. It's living at an age forever. That's a really unique thing. Like if you ask two people if they want to live forever, but the condition is you live forever as you are. You ask a 90-year-old that, and you ask a 17-year-old that, you're going to have wildly different answers. So the thing that's being pursued, you notice here, this is metaphysics here. This is something deeper than what the application actually is. The thing in question isn't forever. It's in what way forever. So it's just, this is what happens when people have this notion in their mind that they could become God. Because what else are you doing other than crafting a scenario in which reality is fixed to all of your preferences? So why stop at living forever? It never ends. This is the problem. It never ends. Let's grant that they figure out how to live forever. Now the next variable is, well, what state am I in that I'm living forever? So you got your youth. Well, now you have a question, well, what's in place in forever for me to play with forever? And then you go, well, now we have a problem that reality is still constrained and my own thoughts and imagination isn't the reality. Now we have a bigger problem to transcend. So the problem of transhumanism is that there's never an endpoint to what you're trying to transcend. There's never an endpoint. There's always a new state of affairs that you're trying to transcend. It's very Gnostic, by the way. This is the trap of transhumanism. It's not just like completely utter crap apotheosis, which it is. But the trap of apotheosis is that it's never good enough anyway. You could never reach it because you're always trapped in your constraints. It's like Protestantism, but the authority is nature and the world. You're trying to argue against the authority of nature and the world, which is an argument against God himself in a sense. And so they think, very Gnostic, to believe that the earth, the world, its constraints, nature is something like a prison that you have to escape. And the irony, as I've seen in the chat, so many smart people in my chat. That's why we have one of the smaller chats. That's what I like to say. The escape becomes the prison. Like the whole view that you have to escape something becomes the prison. As many of you said, living forever is a prison. That sounds like hell. Well, there's always some new thing to escape. It's like the Matrix, but it's fractal. Never-ending levels of Matrix, that you're always looking at the thing to escape. Well, we escaped death. Now we need to escape the constraints of physical reality. Because look, if you escape death and you hypothetically made it so your fleshly being could exist forever, you're existing forever in a material nature, right? Well, now that's your new constraint. And then you have the constraint once you transcend the physical reality and you go full digital and you live forever. Now you have the constraint of other minds. Why have other minds? Why not just craft a solipsistic, eternal, blissful, euphoric utopia forever? Right? A prison of your own desires. Why not?
Aging at some point. They've had plenty of studies that they've been able to do that in mice and things like that. So, but that said, it's also a social movement. It's this idea that we can become superhumans. We can go off planet. We don't have to be, susceptible to breathing air, to choking on food, or.
See what I'm saying? What did I just say? It's never enough. Oh, the constraints of reality. This is like the same argument that atheists. Oh, if God exists, why bad thing happened? What do you mean? So your argument is, if God exists, why can I not go underwater forever? That's a bad thing for me. I want to go underwater. I want to be able to breathe underwater forever. Same crap from Zoltan here. Well, we have to transcend every part of reality. I'm so tired of the laws of physics. It's so self-refuting. Oh, I'm so tired of, we got to transcend the laws of physics.
In being too cold or too hot. Eventually we can overcome these things, upgrade ourselves to become.
Oh God, what a gay position. It's like, you know what it is, you guys? It's let's remove the necessity of sacrifice. It's the most pussy bitch-based position ever, Zoltan. Now I don't like him. I was like saying like, well, I'd have a beer with him. Now I want to punch him. I want to punch him. He's like a kid saying to his dad, but I don't want to work hard and I don't want to sacrifice. I don't want to bleed. I don't want to sweat. I hate sweating. Sweating's icky. I'll punch you. Needs to be punched right in his face, not debated. He needs to be punched. Why are you so gay? Why are these people so gay? Why are they so gay? I just woke up groggy and I want to get rid of grogginess. So that's the next thing we're getting.
I just get so mad. I just get so mad.
I stubbed my toe. I don't want a toe, so I got rid of my toe. I don't like blinking, so I got rid of blinking.
Fucking retard.
Cyborgs and things of that nature. Now, some people say that.
Fucking idiot.
I don't want to grow bones. It hurts. I don't like losing my baby teeth and growing real teeth. It hurts.
You fucking putz.
That this makes us.
Fucking retard. Chase says for $5, if we obtain the tech to live forever, quote, then an asteroid hits and then they have to live on a desolate planet forever. Yeah. This guy sucks. How could he be a good father? Imagine being a father when you can't teach your children, especially your sons, that a part of life, a part of your virtuous Christian paradigm or, absent Christianity, I don't know what it would be, but that your job is to avoid hardship? Dude just needs his nose broken. Dude needs to be slapped like woman propaganda. $5, I want a robot that will chew my food. Yeah, totally, dude. That's so accurate. It really is. I don't want to I need another hand to masturbate me. I want a bird to spit food in my mouth from the sky. Well, I don't want it to. I don't want to breathe myself. What the hell?
It's not human. And
essentially, it's don't be a human, right? Like every part about being human. That's the irony. Is like Andrew says this in the debate. He says there's like a I don't know if it's a contradiction or a paradox where he says. Andrew said it at some point in this debate. I don't know if we'll get to it, but he basically said like, he said something like, well, you're trying to transcend what's human, but the thing is you're always judging from the human perspective. It's like you try to transcend being human, but it's always the human that's judging the transcending level, right? Where you're at. So you never escape being human. In fact, you almost necessitate that the human part stay so it can judge your pattern, your process. This is why it's stupid. Because if you transcend the nature of being human, the judge of the new thing ultimately would be who? Be what? What would it be? A robot? An executed set of commands? What are you asking for, Zoltan? Oh, I just want to transcend being human. It's such a prison. I'd much rather be a calculator. You fucking idiot.
We can discuss that and debate that. But the question is really not whether we remain human. It's really...
Jimbob by Hardy. Yeah, I already know that. Sean, thank you for that. $10. I watched a couple of his music videos. Thank you for that.
That is the natural course of action for the human species, who has a very rational brain and this affinity to evolve. And now we've sort of taken evolution into our own hands. And I'm very excited about that. I've spoken all around the world.
You're going to die alone. You're going to die, and all of your little boards and just graphs you drew and you thought was going to happen is not going to happen, buddy. Zoltan. You're in your 50s for sure. It's over, dude. Stop. I'm really very much excited to live.
About that, World Bank, World Economic Forum. I've met presidents. I advise heads of state, whatever. It is. I've been doing it now for, a good solid.
How long is this guy going to prattle on for?
15 years.
Debate a lot of people. All sorts of ways of life and belief structures. I've never quite encountered someone who was a man who said so much fucking bullshit. Who fit in so much bullshit in 10 minutes. Gotta hand it to you.
And I'm amazed myself at how fast the movement is growing. I also understand, and that's why
the movement
here tonight, that Christian society finds this despicable in many ways, especially if you're a traditionalist.
Yeah, it's called a heresy. This is why I just want to fight. I'm so tired of I'm just so tired of commentary. I'm tired of framing. I'm tired of drawing. I'm tired of writing songs. I want a damn war. I want a war.
That said, there are some Christian transhumanists.
It gets worse. He's running for a CA governor, studying in Oxford. Essentially, he diminishes the status of the office. Yeah, he probably wants to vote in what's the future technocratic version of Plato's Republic, where it's not even people who are fancy, it's just AI directives. When are we going to get the first company? It starts with a company. When do we get the first company voting into office? It's an individual voted into office. Okay, then if you do a company, then when do we get the first AI voted into office? Is it in our lifetime? We're in the first, like it doesn't have to be at a massive level. It could be at some weird, South Dakota, some town of 10 people. They go, well, we decided because of the amount of people and the drag we have of resources, we've just introduced an AI that just sort of sits around and aggregates all of the data from our small community of 100 people. And half of them are drunk natives. Hey, Do you think when drunk people, you think when Indians are drunk and they do smoke signals, they send out slurred symbols? I quite like that joke myself. I just got a visual of that. That's so funny. There's like things are like spelled wrong, whatever that means. You send out a smoke signal, but you're shit faced, and you know, a wolf comes, and you're like, I don't need you. Why are you here? This is a smoke signal. Hi, yeah.
We can get into that as well.
My bad.
Oh, but the real question is there really a problem between Christianity and transhumanism? And if you follow the Bible literally, there's certainly a major kind of chasm that we're going to have to find. Can we close that divide? Probably not, but we can discuss it. And that's why I'm here tonight. So I hope my introduction has introduced you to some of the ideas of transhumanism.
Yeah, it's stupid.
Transhumanism, as well as who I am, a journalist, a gubernatorial candidate for governor in California as a Democrat, as well as someone who's been writing and speaking on...
Oh, he's so political. He's such a politician.
The movement now.
He's going to do great.
For well over a decade.
I don't hear a single... Not in that long-winded diatribe. Nothing in your fantastical world that you gave us did I hear a single argument. Not a single argument presented.
Okay, Andrew, 5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I've actually listened to quite a bit of your stuff in preparation for this debate. So
I'm sorry.
So you are consistent, if nothing else, about your view, which I appreciate. So debating about transhumanism is somewhat difficult.
I like how Andrew butters up his filet before he just eats it. What a bad man. What a bad man.
Because it's never altogether clear what anybody is talking about when they debate it. Transhumanist ideology is usually baked into other systems which support it rather than being a philosophy which stands out on its own. A subposition, if you will, of a generally greater position, focusing mostly on elongation.
The India moon landing is, yeah, dude, yeah.
Of life and transcending the humanity of human beings and their biological limitations. I would like to give a short analogy about this by referencing it to a small Midwestern town called Raccoon City.
You know what's weird about the transhumanists? Because Atheist here says something funny. He says, I don't want to take a breath and breathe in. I want a machine to do it for me, which is funny because, like, the thing you want to avoid in the world is being on, like, an iron lung. Now, it's amazing that we have an iron lung and we could keep people alive and stuff, but to seek the remedy to ailments as the norm is a really bizarre take, where you actually, like for instance, I've never thought about this. I just got my concealed carry renewed, and one of the guys in the class didn't have a leg, and he had a bionic leg. And you think, okay, cool. In the absence of a leg, a bionic leg, that's pretty cool that you have that. I'm glad that humans, through their capabilities, have developed this. Nice. But then at the same time, a transhumanist looks at the bionic leg and they go, we should do that. And you're like, wait, no. That's for when there's a problem. Like, it's good that we have that as a solution to a problem, just like like an iron lung, bionic leg, fake eyes, fake heart. The transhumanist is all wonky. They're basically like, wait. Let's skip the necessary ailment that draws in the remedy, the technological remedy. Let's just skip to the remedy. And you're like, why, dude? Our bodies are better than the machines a lot of times. Now, it's not true for like calculations. Like a calculator can do better stuff than us, but a calculator can't build a calculator though. And the transhumanist is lost. And I know this because I was, like I told you guys, I was a transhumanist. I was an active, passionate transhumanist. And the philosophy of it, once you discover the philosophy, how broken it is. It's so broken and backward.
In Raccoon City, a private corporation released a virus which altered the genes of victims. Most victims entered into a state of what could only be referred to as zombification, including many of the animals. The nature of this virus was such that the wounds of the victims did not cause death. They no longer aged, they no longer felt pain, and they stayed in this state perhaps indefinitely. Immortality, in other words. And they no longer worried about the higher purposes, instead reverting to primary functions. Some of them actually evolved past this zombie-like state and into other types of what could only be considered human hybrids. Their strength increased drastically, wounds healed.
It's like, what's the problem? Oh, my leg is a leg. Wait, your leg works. Yeah, but it's a leg. What do you want it to be? I want it to be another brain. Like, it never ends. There's no ending to it. Why is there no ending? Because there's no true teleology. There's no true telos. It's just changing things. Oh, that's changing. Well, on what basis could you just look at your hand and be like, I'm so tired of this hand. Why are my feet not hands? I want hand feet. Imagine people with hand feet. That would be so gross.
Healing instantly. Their physical abilities improved to something far beyond that of a normal human being. The company who released this virus and its sponsors claimed it was, quote, the next step in human evolution. That to stand against it was to stand against progress.
Yeah, prosthetics. When you ask someone angry amputee, who's seemingly an amputee who's angry, you go, okay, the prosthetic leg. Okay, great. It's a good substitute for not having a leg. But if you had a functioning leg, you'd prefer the natural one. And this is what gets crazy when people who are evolution proponents propose to me that a dysteleological, purposeless, natural process of chemical reactions produced such high precision apparatuses like a leg or a liver or a heart or a mind or a nose or olfactory or an eyes or ears or the rest. All of it. And then when one of these things breaks, right, the genius biochemist, bioengineer makes a fake heart, they suddenly believe it has purpose. So the fake heart has purpose, the fake leg has purpose, but the one that it's mimicking, that you're designing it after, has no purpose.
While the events here are, of course, fictional, the point stands. That is a transhumanist future. What is the problem with it, ultimately? If we had a zombie apocalypse and everybody turned into the, quote, undead, isn't this immortality? My opponent's starting axiom is just that, immortality itself, for the sake of being immortal.
It's Gnostic.
He doesn't really tell us the reasoning behind the grounding of this axiom or its ultimate purpose, only that he fears death.
Do you guys, I don't even think that this guy knows he's taking on a Gnostic position. Do you see how that happens? Like, we often say, oh, that's satanic, or they're being demonic. A lot of times the natural thing to gear towards when you reject God is just those expressions. And so it gets us into a bit of a pickle. Like, we don't judge the heart. That's for God to do. But we look at the patterns and we try to correct through a meaningful, like, lens. And, sometimes we're good at it and sometimes we're bad at it. But what I'm pointing to is that a lot of people don't know that they're in a paradigm that's not new. Like, for instance, Gnosticism and this view to escape the prison of nature, right, is not new. But a transhumanist doesn't need to know the background of Gnosticism, at least that element of escaping the prison of nature and transcending it somehow. They don't need to know about it historically or philosophically to kind of lean into it without even knowing it's already established. That's why new heresies. How many of the people that you've talked to that you call out a heresy of, let's say it's a Christological heresy or something else, how many of them automatically know the history? Like, how many of them who've even read through even a little bit of St. Irenaeus against heresies? None, almost none. And you're amazed. You're like, how did you arrive at such a specific heresy without having any knowledge of a previous, that it's already been developed as a heresy? Now, from my perspective, that points to the timeless truth of Christianity, that the fact that it's almost a blessing. This is my white pill moment. It's almost a blessing that heresies keep showing up in the way they do. Without any reference to church history, they still persist and show up as the privation or misdirection away from Christianity. And I'm like, awesome. It's not awesome you're going to do that, but it's awesome that it's a south to the north. You know what I mean? It necessitates the north. It's like, okay, true north exists. Nice.
And therefore, this axiom has become his primary edict. I share some of the frustrations that Zoltan has. I fully understand that Christianity can be weaponized against scientific progression in society, sometimes for good and sometimes for not so good purposes. So that Zoltan understands I'm not against scientific progression in society, though I do think it needs to be done responsibly, and I am certainly in favor of life-extending technologies and life-saving technologies. An engineer by trade, though not degree, I have a love of technology myself, especially machinery. Let us take firearms, for instance, as an example here. If my axiom was just firearms, it wouldn't make much sense, would it? A firearm is just a simple machine. It doesn't need to ever be used to kill, but that is its primary function.
Yeah, a firearm is not a direction. A firearm is a thing in itself. It doesn't... There's a purpose it was made, for sure, but...
My worldview allows for defensive killing in defense of yourself and for others. So the axiom isn't ever firearm itself, right? That would...
Giovanni Garcia says, for $5, Christ is King, Christ is Lord. Absolutely. But I did ask you, and I don't know if I got an answer. Are you Orthodox, Giovanni? If not, would you do me a favor and kindly go to liturgy this week?
Make any sense. It's defense against the aggression of evil. That is good. That would be the axiom we'd be working with there. And firearms themselves are neither good nor evil, just technology. Which,
speaking of firearms, it's going to be illegal in August if the law passes that I could get an AR-15. I already have one, but now I'm tempted to get like 5 because in Colorado they're going to pass a law where you can't get it. Fucking stupid.
Can be used for good or evil, which is where we get into the worldview justification and how it is that inside of Zoltan's worldview of transhumanism, things will get, quote, better than that of a society which uses Christian ethics as a guiding stone in the United States. I would argue immediately, of course, transgender ideology goes hand in hand with transhumanist ideology, a technology designed to remove biological sexual limitations in order to progress towards transcending your base human limitations. It is definitely, or has definitely, not made America better, Zoltan. And that's really the problem, ultimately, with this ideology, from my view. The very idea here is to transcend humanity itself, but only through appealing to base human desires, which is humanity. You're appealing...
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. It's an interesting little... It's not a contradiction. Oh, it is Is it in a contradiction? Yeah, it is a contradiction. We need to transcend we need to transcend what it is to be human. Wait, what is the contradiction? Is it a paradox or a contradiction? I'm a little drunk. Anybody? I sent you a SC answering you. Oh, no problem. Wait, no, you sent it. Oh, you sent it a super chat? Oh, I'm sorry. I'll have to hunt it down.
Into the same thing you're trying to transcend. Zoltan seems to understand some of his ethical system, or some other ethical system, is needed to complement his axiom of immortality, as he's a big believer in spiritualism. But this is a vague concept and ultimately meaningless. What he's saying is he's trying to make some kind of appeal to human motivation for purpose, or telos. And if they find purpose through some kind of spiritual revelation, well, good for them. Christianity offers for society something much better. The idea of virtues, compassion, love, confined ethics for the purpose of fully experiencing our humanity and embracing it with our purpose, or telos, rather than rejecting it and attempting, I would say in futility, to transcend it.
Is that what it is, Miguel? You can't not be human. Right. Yeah. Okay, so you're a human. It's the human that's transcending being human. So it's like, what is it? We need to transcend being human. That's human. Well, I would say it's like the spiritual impulse. The misdirection for the transhumanists is that it comes back to apotheosis. We want to be like God. In that sense, we want to transcend our humanness. We can't be God the person. We can't be God the nature, but we can be like God. Zoltan wants to be like God, but he can't tell you what God is. So his God is human. And so the human is telling you what it is to transcend human. But you can't know what it is to transcend human because it's human that's telling you that. Isn't that interesting? He doesn't even have he doesn't even have a standard. This is the approach I would take. Now, I don't know if Andrew gets into it. He would probably think of this as well. Is that Zoltan and many of the transhumanists that I've known throughout my life, they don't actually have a standard for when something transcends human. They couldn't even tell you what it means. And this is the same thing for vegans. It's the same thing for atheists, evolution proponents. They can't tell you what it means to be human. So why would I trust your account of transcending humanity if you don't even have an objective standard for what it is to be a human? That's stupid. Now I'm heading toward Orthodox. Glory to God. Nice to know that, Giovanni.
Science and technology, he says he wants them to improve the world. So do I. But that doesn't give us an ethical standard for how that should be done, how that should be accomplished, why we should even be moving towards that. There's no grounded axiom here. It's just a preference that he has. When he says, transhumanism, as it applies, he gives his definition. I have no problem with his definition. I think it's fine. The idea that we're trying to elongate, humanity to the point where, we could even reverse our own aging process and move towards immortality. He defines this by saying science and technology, which will wildly improve human performance. I understand that too. He was in a war zone. He has fear of dying. I totally get that. Everybody has to contend with their own mortality at some point. He did say, though, in his opening, and I just wanted to address this very quickly, he says humans are living twice as long as they used to. It's actually not true. The truth is that we use live birth numbers in order to determine how long people live, and infant mortality used to be way higher. And because of that, what we did was we took an average, and so the life expectancy went down to like 30 or 40 because of how many infants used to die.
That's 6 minutes. Now,
I'm almost done. I'll just tie this off if you don't mind. So this is actually what he's doing here. He's not being particularly honest with this. In fact, if it is the case that you could overcome.
I want to be an infant again. It's funny you say that, tonic, clonic, chronic. What a name. What a name. It's interesting that the entailment of transhumanism would actually be a type of perpetual float tank, baby in the womb scenario, wouldn't it be? Wouldn't it? It would be. It would be the ultimate goal would be to be perpetually floating in some sort of like warm fluid that feels good, that you could pee and poop in, and then the poop turns into a hamburger somehow. But it could taste like a strawberry milkshake, but it's a hamburger. And you're just perpetually in a state of euphoria and conjuring your own will into reality, constantly. You're in a womb. Woompy. You know what I mean? Full on woompy. That's what they want. Transhumanism wants a world of woompy. Womb P. Womb P. Womb P. $10 from Chaw. This debate enraged me. This is the only worldview that seems on par with the pure self-preserving evil of antinatalism. It's also just aspirational neo-future gooning. Yeah. Add to that Chaw apotheosis. It is enraging, though. Because, it's so... You know what's enraging about it? It's like trying to correct your kid when they're like saying something that's not based in reality, and you kind of go, well, they're a kid, so I'm gonna let them live in a sort of like a suspended state a little bit until they learn. But you're also like, damn it, would you figure out reality already? This guy is like, yeah, he has gray hair and a tie and a suit, and he's gonna run for office, and his name is Zoltan. But he really is a child. He's a child. Bird Hermit, $20, says, I'm a widower in my 30s. I attended my first liturgy on the other day and have connected up with my spiritual father. I'm saved. If I'm saved, it will be largely thanks to you, work of yourself and Jay. God bless you. Well, that's amazing, dude. Keep going. And that's amazing. It's the best news that I ever hear. Above anything else. It's like, wreck some femoid, wreck some atheist, wreck some this, wreck some that. Do some funny humor, sing a song. Aside from all the other ways you guys support, the best thing that I could ever experience is like a direct message or a super chat that says I went to liturgy.
Infant mortality 300 years ago, you lived about as long as you do right now. That is, in fact, what is true. So no, we're not really living much longer. In fact, infant mortality in the West is going up due to the aging population of women who are having children now. So it's one of the, in fact, in the West, in the first world nation, right? This is really one of the only nations in which infant mortality is increasing rather than decreasing. So, and then I'll just tie this off this last thing very quickly. He says Christianity finds this despicable. They do, but they do for precise moral reasons. They don't find it despicable because you're looking at saving, leukemia treatments, right? So yeah, with that, I'm willing to dive right into the debate.
All right, you guys have open dialogue now. As long as you pretty much want, at least 60 minutes maybe. Can go towards 90. So with that,
Yeah, you poofter? Oh, Lord Jake? Yeah? Oh, you're gonna tackle a snake? Yeah, great white. Now that's a knife. Huh? You cunt?
My first and only tattoo is a symbol of the itch in Koine Greek on my forearm. Nice.
let's get into it.
Yeah, well, I wanted to start.
Yeah, you fucking cunt. Cunt. You can't. Wait. Fucking cunt. You fucking cunt. You fucking cunt. Yeah, poofta. You fucking cunt.
Or I just maybe
can't get it. You fucking cunt. Yeah, fucking cunt.
We can dive into this. The humans living twice as long. That is not a factually accurate statement, right?
Yeah. Oh, venom. Oh, you fucking cunt.
What happened is we used to use infant deaths, and then that would bring the average down for people. But if you got
fucking cunt, is that right? It's fucking cunt. Yeah. Oh, I tackled a snake. Yeah, fucking cunt.
Got past like the 8.
Oh yeah, fucking what? There's a man of war. Yeah, fucking cunt.
Of 6, you did live to about the same age that you do now, between 60 and 80.
I'm just not even going to argue with this. Look, people.
Because you can't argue. The reason you won't argue is because you can't argue.
Used to die from cavities all the time, but this doesn't really get into the crux.
Die from cavities? Excuse me?
Of what I think is interesting.
Oh, you died from a cavity? Man, crikey. Yeah, what a poofta. Fucking can't. Yeah, there we go. Thanks, Mike. You fucking can't. You fucking can't. Oh, yeah. You fucking can't.
I just want to correct
for
this,
you and I. What's interesting in this debate for you and I is like, really, why does Christianity not appreciate or like transhumanism? Because honestly, the statistics on why people live twice as long or whether they don't is really not important. I'm actually.
Well, it's a little thing. It's an ancient thing called apotheosis. Have you heard of Zoltan? Have you heard of apotheosis? Have you heard of it?
Interested very much in why
you
actually would have a problem. Like you were talking about the zombies and you're very
hang on, if it's not important, then why did you bring it up?
I want to talk about.
That's what I'm curious about. Why did you bring it up? Because it's part of a sales pitch, right? Isn't it part of a sales pitch to say, look, people are living twice as long now, and that's due to scientific progression and this and that?
Farkin can't. Yeah, farkin can't. That's better. Farkin can't. Wait, hold on. Farkin can't. Yeah, fucking can't. What are you fucking poofta? Poofta? What are you, fuck? What are you, fucking poofta? Yeah, fucking can't. Yeah.
So you brought this up.
Yeah, fucking can't.
Up as part of a sales pitch, and I do want to make sure that this gets corrected, and then we could dive into the other ethical concerns. It's like,
well, yeah, thinking
transhumanism.
Oh, right. So this is actually what he's doing here. He's not being particularly honest with this. In fact, if it is the case that you could, overcome infant mortality 300 years ago, you lived about as long as you do right now. That is, in fact, what is true.
Hey, what do you know, Vingen?
So, no, we're not really living much longer. In fact, infant mortality in the West is going up, dude.
More bourbon. The kids brought me up 2 gay beers. MadeByJimbob was like, no on the bourbon. That's scary stuff.
The aging population of women who are having children now. So it's one of the, in fact, in the West, in the first world nation, right, this is really one of the only nations in which infant mortality is increasing rather than decreasing. So, and then I'll just tie this off this last thing very quickly. He says Christianity finds this despicable. They do, but they do for precise moral reasons. They don't find it despicable because you're looking at saving, leukemia treatments, right? So, with that, I'm willing to dive right into the debate.
It's not totally relevant to the debate. And Andrew doesn't need to do this, and he could if he wanted to. But I think it would be important if there was added context. It's not necessary in this debate, but if you were to follow up with Zoltan, I think it's important that Zoltan know that from a Christian view, there's a theological aspect that from a Christian view looks at transhumanism and would say transhumanism is participating in a type of heretical activity, and it's basically borrowing terms and perverting it, right? So in really clear terms, it would be simply like, we want to pursue theosis. Thank you. And apotheosis is this other thing. And so really simple terms, that we believe that man is made in God's image, and that our lowercase creativity, technology, the things we do, things we make, are always lowercase c creative. They're really manipulation, and I don't mean that in a deceptive way. I mean we're actually manipulating matter that was created, and it happens to be the case that through matter we participate in God. But from the transhumanist view, what they do is subvert, and they pervert, and they present a counterfeit. And what they do is they make technology in their image. They make a new God in their image. And the key aspect when you debate a transhumanist is there's always a meta-ethical, metaphysical category that's in play during the debate. There's ethics, there's epistemology, and there's teleology, which Andrew already appropriately brought up. Because the whole entire scheme of transhumanism assumes a teleology that they don't even have a justification for. And so really at the root of it, Zoltan, the reason Christianity would reject transhumanism is because transhumanism would be a perversion of theosis.
All right, you guys have open dialogue now. As long as you pretty much want, at least 60 minutes maybe, can go towards 90. So with that, let's get into it.
Yeah, well, I wanted to start by just, maybe we can dive into this, the humans living twice as long. That is not a factually accurate statement, right? What happened is we used to use infant healthy, not because of dead. I
just want to say, do you think that a male within a 100-year time frame will be able to grow a uterus in themselves and give birth? Do you think?
What the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you need that? Why would you want that? Even if you said, yeah, that could happen. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Well, what if a man could? We already can do that. It's called a fucking woman, you fucking cunt.
I think that you may be able to make genetic modifications to a person where they can have a uterus inside of them, but that doesn't mean that they'll be able to birth children because of it. It will end up being something more akin to a cosmetic defect, or a cosmetic thing. For instance, in nature itself, there are things called chimeras, human beings who are chimeras. Chimera being a person who has 2 primary sex organs, male and female sex organs. Interestingly enough, though, the reason we know sex is a binary, biologically, is because of chimeras. Only one of those reproductive pathways is ever actually viable, meaning a chimera can't have sex with themselves, impregnate themselves, and have children with themselves. It's not possible to do.
You're bringing up animals in the 21st century.
No, I'm talking about humans.
It doesn't even work.
That's humans. Human chimeras. So the thing is biologically, only one reproductive pathway is viable. And that's with males who have uteruses. this idea, so we have biological anomalies we can point to right now where just through freak accidents.
The thing is, why? It's like, why is that progress, dude? You know what I mean? I would ask this guy why. Yeah, well, let's say we can get a butt baby going. If I can, huh? Okay, what do you want? Poop kids? Look, dude, you still need a vagina. Dude, as if the only purpose of a mother, the only function of the mother distinction with the distinction female body is simply to house the baby. These people are sick, man. They're sick. They like as if there isn't more that happens. In fact, the baby, the fetus inside the womb gives back to the mother. It's not just renting space so it can be born. That you can just do that with a dude. These people are so fucking delusional, man.
So biology.
Totally demented. Yeah, but what if we take a man and put a poop baby in the man and it shits the baby out? What's that, Andrew? Transhumanism for the win? No! No, not transhumanism for the win. The fuck is... What is that reality?
Biology. We have seen these things occur, and they're not reproductively viable. There's no reason for me to assume that technologically we're going to be so advanced that men are going to be able to grow uteruses and have children.
And by the way, dude, you freak show, why have a man do that? Why not a dog? You know what I mean? It's like they're like, well, what happens if a man can poop out a baby? You're like, if you got to the point where you thought you could implant it into a man, you could just not implant it into a man and implant it into the refrigerator. And you can press the refrigerator when you want a new kid in your house. You freak show? I want heads on steaks, dude. I want heads on steaks. But what happened? Okay, what happens when we can implant a baby fetus inside of a dog? You fucking crazy person. Because when eventually we'll be able to transplant baby into a frog. Yeah.
We're coming to an age where we're going to print out anything and anyone and any type of thing we want. I mean, literally, probably within 20 or 30 years. So we're definitely going to be able to print out something that combines anything and everything. You know, and that's just the fact that everybody that's in genetic editing.
Just the future. Transhumanism is going to lead us. We're going to go to the mall. And after I go get an expensive shirt at the mall, I'm going to go to a vending machine and get a baby. That's what transhumanism
just sort of has to accept, is that we're coming to an age.
Zoltan said he wanted to feel it grow inside of him. Oh, man. I totally, dude. Sometimes it's probably not even good for me. And I'm reaching a point where it's like, I should probably go to confession. Because I'm like making lists. I'm searching Facebook Marketplace for train cars. These people are so demented. They're so lost. It's like you're angry at them. You hate them. You want to stop their lineage. You know, normal thoughts. But you also, like, pray for them. You feel bad. They're so damn lost. I want to feel the baby grow inside of me. Why, you freak?
When you and I will be able to shift things probably within a 24-hour period, maybe within a 2-minute period. And that's because of drugs, DNA, nanotechnology.
I want to know what it's like to be a cow for a day. Transhumanism is going to make it possible to be a cow in India for a day. Now all those brown people move out of the way when I come down the street. I want to eat garbage. Move.
whatever it is. And I think Christians are going to have to say, okay, you spoke about this in your intro, like the hybrid and zombieism. Okay, this is true. I get it. It has a real negative connotation, but it is coming. I mean, the idea that I can chop off an arm and grow another arm is literally right around the corner. They're already doing it now.
No, it's not.
What a fucking lunatic. What a lunatic. It's right around the corner. I can't wait to chop off my arm and grow it back.
You're going to grow a second brain, a second head.
A second brain, a second head. These people are lunatics.
It's going to be wild.
You know what's really funny about...
Look at look at his face, dude. Come with me and you'll see a world of your imagination. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Cuckoo! Put him in a cage. Fucking whack job. Absolute whack job. We live with whack jobs, dude. We live with just whack jobs. We're gonna grow a second head! The arm and the wings and the head. We could go into the poopy hole. I mean, poopy hole. What? What? You'll see, Andrew. You'll see. I'm gonna poop out my elbow. I'm gonna speak out my eyelid. Fucking nut job. Oh man, I just... You know, you guys need to pray for me. As I dream about it. I dream about just... You know what I'm battling with? There's a verse that the spiritual war is not of flesh and blood. And I don't want, I'll just be honest. I don't want that to be true sometimes. I don't. My worldly impulses, my human, the part of me that's broken wants that just to, can we just take that out just for a week? Can we do like a... Just white it out for a month? Because when I see that look in someone's eye, like that whacked out look, look at that fucking guy. And then I'm going to grow a child out of my elbow. And it's not wrong to touch the child out of my elbow because it's me. I'm going to be elected in California. You freak. It's like Ernest goes to camp. It's like Ernest turns into a transhumanist. Fucking whack job, man.
About this entire ideology.
I want a war.
I've heard you make these claims on other shows as well. Then I go and look into them. Right? I go and I actually look into the claims. For instance, regrowth of limbs. You know what the scientific consensus is on the time frame for regrowth of limbs? Somewhere around 400 years at current state. Right?
You can't be serious telling me 400 years. Listen, AI is about to be super intelligence.
AI, unbelievable. AI. You know what AI gave us? Jesse Wells. AI.
18 months.
Yeah, see, this is another
claim. Be able to
claim.
Figure out everything very quickly. 18 months.
This is another fun claim. I want to tell you that 18 months ago, this claim was being made. Did you know that? And by the way, 18 months before that, the same claim was being made.
You know what's interesting? Sorry to interrupt so much, but I'm a little bit talkative because I'm a little bit drunk. The same tendency for, say, like global warming, the sky is falling. What's the opposite of the sky is falling? I don't even know. Is there even a name for it? Because we always focus on that. It's like a deathy, culty thing where it's like, we're going to die, you know, how dare you? We got to save the banks. Well, that's like using fear tactics, like end of the world, apocalyptic kind of shit, right? But the other side of the hand is what the transhumanists do. They present the utopia version of it, and it's the same tactic. Where instead of saying we're all gonna die if you don't get rid of your brick oven pizzas, we're gonna die. Get rid of your trucks. We're gonna die. We're gonna die. We're gonna die. They're like, we're gonna live. We're gonna live. We're gonna live. And it's like, what's the opposite of the sky is falling? I don't even know what it is. It's a rosy, it's like the sky is flying. Like, I don't even know what it is. But it's usually left out of the equation because the sky is fallen is like a dominant. Maybe it's the news, fear, cortisol, this kind of thing. But like, it's the same tactic. It's the same worldview. It's like, oh, we're going to do this thing. We're getting there. It's like, dude, you're not even close. It's not even close. And they try to, it comes back to theosis, apotheosis. They're trying to become like God. They're trying to transcend. They're trying to achieve some sort of salvific status. And they think it's transcending the world. It's Gnostic. In its very nature, it's Gnostic.
And you know who was making it? You, sir. You, sir.
I can't believe you're
18 months ago.
talking
Hang
about
on, sir. I want to point this out, right? Maybe I can grab the clip real quick. 18 months ago, you were on a show saying in 18 months, AI is going to take over the world, essentially. Same thing you're claiming right now. You were claiming the same thing.
I didn't say it's going to take over the world.
Hang on, sir,
Idiot.
The same claim.
Yeah, that's the other thing. They're like, technology is going to save the world. It's also going to kill the world. But we need technology to save the world from technology. And so what's their future? What, a future of robots that are really smart that fight each other? There's good robots and bad robots? I mean, these people have to grow up. I mean, this guy was clearly breastfed until he was 17.
Claim you just made that AI is going to be so advanced it's going to be able to take over all aspects of life. We're only 18 months away. You said it 18 months ago, right? And so now here we are, 18 months later.
I can say that. I probably said there would be AGI. And what happened last week? Japan announced that they had already achieved AGI. And now I'm saying within 18 months, we'll probably start reaching levels of early superintelligence, maybe 20.
Dude, they don't even have a definition of intelligence. Look, is a calculator intelligent? No. No. A calculator is so dumb that it doesn't even know that it's saying boobs when I want it to say boobs. That's how dumb a calculator is. The calculator is so dumb that if I programmed it to make the wrong calculations and produce the wrong outputs to the inputs, it doesn't even say, hey, sir, it's a little raw. You're being a little bit abusive to me. These psychopathic technocrats can't even tell you what intelligence is.
4 months, and I got to be honest. I'm not saying this because I just say it. I'm saying this because I met the
OpenAI
engineers who pulled me in a corner and were like, "Listen, we are much closer. We're starting to buy bunkers. We're starting to do things because we're afraid ourselves." And
dude, that's called hype. That's called availability cascade. You dumb shit. It's like the oldest trick in the book. Availability entrepreneurship is literally the only thing that keeps all of these promises of AI and new tech breaking through the wall of humanity going. Availability cascades. For those of you who don't know, let me just read it for you. The AG guy, the fucking weird guy, Sam Altman, who literally killed someone. He's telling me the promise of AI. You guys are full of shit. Most basic things we still have problems with in life. Most basic. Scheduling issues. The bane of all of existence. Scheduling conflicts. AI is coming along. It's going to be able to fill your gas tank immediately. All you're doing is saying you don't want to do shit. You're lazy. He's a furry. He's probably a furry. He's definitely been to Burning Man. He definitely went to Burning Man. His name was Rick, and he came back as Zoltan. All right, call me Zoltan now. Seriously, I had a major transformation in Burning Man. I went to Tent 8. I watched a bunch of 300-pound lesbians eat each other out. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit intoxicated. I changed my life. Changed my life forever, Tent 8. I came back, changed my whole existence. Okay. An availability cascade is a self-reinforcing social process where a belief or idea gains traction and seems more plausible as it's repeated and becomes a more available in the public discourse. Does that sound familiar? Does that sound like AI? Driven by cognitive shortcuts, social pressures, leading to rapid belief formation. It's exactly what happens. These people are nuts. Oh, it's going to come. It's coming around the corner. Oh, I'm going to grow an arm. I'm going to grow a limb. I'm going to grow this. I'm going to grow that. Fucking people are nuts, man. It's like watching a Montessori school, but for adults.
And the claim that I made, I'm not sure which one it was about AGI, which is the equivalent of artificial intelligence to humans. And yes, that has been reached in the last few months, no matter how.
Yeah, I'm aware of the distinction.
Jimbob self. No, I do not watch 300-pounders do that.
Between true artificial intelligence and AGI, the idea here is you have enough open nodes that you can't tell the difference, right? It's it basically.
The ground is rising. That's funny, David. Sky is falling. The ground is rising. That's good. That's really good. Because I couldn't think of it. I was like, what is the opposite? What is it?
Replicates, for all intents and purposes, what you would consider artificial intelligence to be. I get that. By the way, we're not there either. And the computing power that would be required to utilize AGI right now, currently, the scientific consensus is there's not enough energy on planet Earth to hold enough nodes in order to have AGI replicate the same intelligence as a human being with all the nodes which would be required. And so the thing is like, this is...
How funny is that of a joke God played on these people who want to be God? That, like, essentially, if what Andrew's saying is true, or even minimally true, is that the power required for even one unit of what you call intelligence to replicate the intelligence of a human requires so much more energy. Like, it's crazy. These people are nuts.
This is mental masturbation futurism. The idea
Andrew,
here,
what you're saying is a lie. It's just not true.
It is true.
We have plenty enough energy for multiple AGIs. I mean, this is crazy. We have enough for a million AGIs on planet Earth. There's plenty enough.
Your drunk super chats? Where? Brady, clankers will never get the rights to be a person, 3/5 of the person at best. I know, it makes me want to debate. People are like, you got to debate Grok. Because Grok's a little more based and not so special. But I had a grand old time. In fact, one of my favorite debates ever, if you want to call it that, was debating an AI talking about all these topics, because at least they're honest, actually. They actually try to answer questions. They can't define intelligence because it doesn't exist in their worldview, because it's all random, chain of events. Yeah. They don't know. They don't even know where they're trying to get to. Where should we go, Zoltan? That's what I would ask him. So simple. Hey, Zoltan, where should we go?
Power.
No. That's not what I said.
Got the notification for your print today. Stoked for it. Yeah. Awesome. Shout out to MadeByJimbob, who made all of that happen in the last 2 days, taking over our little living room, transforming it into a literal shipping warehouse. So yeah, she I think she punched out like over 70 of them. So you guys should be all getting yours before Christmas.
Andrew, they're working on...
And if you didn't, I think there's 6 left. 5 left, and you better grab them, because we're about to send out an email. We have an email list. We didn't even send out our email list. So, you know, in fact, that actually makes me wonder. It would really piss them off if I sent out an email blast and all of the prints were gone.
On AGI,
they're like, hey, pick up this print that's totally sold out that you can't get. Ha ha, loser.
Microsoft and Google and OpenAI.
There's
the claim
thousands
is
of
to
them.
have an AGI which would replicate what we would consider to be artificial intelligence. That's a different claim than having AGI, which is just having X amount of no data packets that it can reference. Meaning, this is old ladder logic computing, by the way. There's nothing new under the sun here. Old ladder logic computing just works like this. Function A happens, you divert to function B. Function B happens, you divert to function C. AGI is putting that on a grander scale of node.
Yeah, it's just a mass scale if-then, but this adds some things in there. That's why Andrew and many people who understand like just basic like a system operation of if-then statements, no one's really impressed. We might be impressed with the speed of the calculation where it's like, punch me out a song and it does it really fast, but we're not impressed by what's happening. We're only impressed in reference to what it would take a human to do that. But that's not what the standard is. We're looking at a calculator. Like how long were we impressed for when the first calculator digitally came out and did a massive calculation, in a tiny little thing the size of our phone? What, a week? What, 1 week and we're over it? We're okay. The calculator does a calculation. Yeah, and then people are like, yeah, but don't you understand? The calculator's going to grow ahead. No, it's not. All of the technology that we ever create, because of its source, which is human, will only ever do what it's capable of doing because of what it's programmed to do. So we're never that impressed by it. Why would we be impressed? That's like making a car and the car works, and then you're impressed that the car works. Oh my gosh, look at that car work. What do you mean, look at the car work? We've been making these cars for years. Of course it works. We know how it works. That's why we made it. Yeah, but I mean, look at that car just go. Look at it go down. It turns right. It turns left. Yeah, we made it do that. That's Andrew's point. Making it more complex, making it more an extrapolated map of if-then statements doesn't impress people because we know what's happening. We know exactly what it's doing. Oh, but I'm just so impressed. I'm curious what the outcome is of all the modern scientific theories that are built on a house of cards with bad assumptions over and over again. War, I don't think it's war. It might be like a collapse, which maybe a collapse could lead to a type of war. I don't know. I actually think, Chaw, that the fight is actually people who aren't scientismos, and I think it's going to be more like. That's my view. I think a fight of war is more of an ideological one that turns physical, whether it's with Muslims or like other liberty above all conservatives. That's kind of my hunch. I hope I'm wrong about that. It's crazy how much trust this man puts into tech made by an imperfect being and expects perfection. Yeah, it's insane. It's like a fetish.
It's like saying, hey,
it's like he dreams about it.
Function A happens here, you divert to C, and if you add enough of those, it would make the appearance that like a robotic arm is not distinct from a human arm because it seems to function exactly the same way. The problem is once you try to move that into artificial intelligence or on par with that, that's where we have energy issues. Not only that, let me point this out. All of this stuff, this futurism that you're talking about right now, does not contend in any way, shape, or form, even if the technology was there, for how it would make the United States better. I've seen what technocrats do with this stuff.
Andrew, you're just listen, Andrew. I'm the expert on this. If we talk politics, I think I listen to some of your debates. You actually are. You know a lot more about the Constitution than me and this that. But this is my field. These are the people that I deal with in Silicon Valley.
What did I get wrong about AGI?
I'm telling you, you're wrong. It's like
well, what did I get wrong about
there,
AGI specifically?
And I would, if I was going to give one piece of advice to a lot of your people, I'd say start buying land, start buying cabins in the woods because this thing is about to get crazy really quickly. And
what? That says nothing, bro. You making that? This thing's about to get crazy quickly. Yeah. Well, oh no. Is it going to punch out another shitty CGI or whatever song? Dude, Andrew, you have no idea. You're about to be bombarded with the worst AI music that you've ever heard.
And let me just say also that this is one of the problems with trans.
Do you understand the type of weird pornography that's going to happen? Do you even understand?
Humanism right now is we've all been gung-ho on AI only to pull back about 18 or 24 months ago and say, wait a sec,
AI is not human beings becoming transhuman. AI is a totally different entity. So this is where
It's not an entity. What are you talking about, you whack job?
Transhumanism and maybe some of your framework we can discuss again has gone off the rails because all of a sudden, I don't care. I don't want an AI to become a super intelligence. That doesn't help me or my family or my kids or my wife at all.
What did I actually get wrong about AGI and how it functions? Did I get something wrong there? I'm willing to be corrected on it, but I don't think I did. I think I'm very
first off, it's totally contentious whether this A to B to C can't actually create a super intelligence.
Yeah, but
another 50s soul version of a pop song.
Maybe there's just enough information that it can't be. I'm not saying
you understand, Andrew, what we're about to be hit with? We're about to be hit with an infinite amount of Nirvana songs sung in the key of Elvis. Total takeover. Total takeover.
Saying there are other alternatives that are saying that lateral thinking has to be something different. But I'm pointing out that that's definitely open debate.
Have you even heard polka punk yet?
For all the
so I did get that right. I did get that right for what AGI actually in fact is, right? I was not inaccurate there.
You didn't get it right. We're not sure yet 100% how to get to superintelligence. We've already achieved AGI through the ABCD because our brains work that way. The question is, how can we take AGI and go beyond what we are?
You can't, dude. There's a total defeater to this argument. It would leave him like completely flabbergasted. Zoltan here doesn't have a distinction of where we are and what we are now. He doesn't have a definition of human, right? Now, this gets into metaphysics. It gets a little bit deeper. It gets cluttered. This isn't Andrew's style. It's not his topic, right? But for me, if I were to debate Zoltan, it would be a totally different operation here because I would question these fundamental things that he's assuming. You can't say we're going to transcend humanity if Zoltan himself can't define what humanity is as a universal. He can't. He's like, oh, here we are, where we're at, what we're doing, and then we're going to get to somewhere else. And we're like, well, hold on. What is it to be human such that you could fundamentally change the universal of what it is to be human? Now, it is parallel to my attack on evolution, very similar. The similar attack is you can't rely on this assumption of speciation that one species as a universal goes through some process that produces a variation of it where it no longer becomes itself later down the road. Something down the road becomes not itself. You have to have a standard objectively of what it means. So I would levy the same criticism, cross-examination to Zoltan. I'd say in place of species, what is human? Universal. Is that universal? Is it a universal thing to be human? How do you know when it's changed? What are you talking about? How do you know when we celebrate the changing, the transcendence of what it means to be human? How do we know that if you, Zoltan, you don't even have a universal, coherent, metaphysical definition of what it means to be, what it is to be a human? You got nothing. You'd be like, it doesn't matter. We're going to transcend it. We're going to become calculators.
We want something super intelligent. And that's what they're working on right now. But
I'm going to change into a calculator.
I got to be honest. There's at least 3 different methodologies from AI engineers that seem to say we can scale to super intelligence.
Yeah, I've heard the theories there, but again,
can you tell me? Hold on, Zoltan. Hold on. Can you tell me what intelligence is? Can you just do that for me? You think you can?
What I'm doing, unless you, when I gave you the function, the idea of having like nodes, and then these nodes have X amount of functions, which they can defer to X behavior.
Yes, Rachel, that's what I argue. It definitely violates the law of identity. It assumes an identity that you can reference that somehow leads to a change in the identity. But when you ask, is the identity that it originated, is that static? And they're like, no, of course it's not static. Okay, no, of course. No, it's nothing. It's not anything. Totally changing.
In this case, let's just call it behavior. It's not actually that, but behavior A, behavior B, behavior C, behavior D, function A, B, C, D, right? In a ladder logic type of way. Same way a signal light works, right? Timer hits this, it hits the next function, it moves over to yellow. It hits the next function, it moves over to red.
If then, yeah. Andrew has this completely right.
You had enough.
That's why Andrew's not impressed. He's like, if then statements, but a lot of them. Lot of if then statements. Wow. It's like, who cares? No one's impressed by this.
Web, it would be indistinguishable from how an artificial intelligence would actually function in real time. What am I getting wrong there? That is what AGI is it not?
It is indeed, but the question I was bringing up is how do we get to superintelligence? And that's what they're working on right now. And
they're always working on it, right? Oh, that's what they're doing right now in the little bunkers and in all their little castles. They're thinking about the super intelligent ones.
I think if you take the capacity of this A to B kind of logic you've taken, that's sort of how our brains work. That's how we're coming up with memories. You and I are having this conversation right now. But the problem is really scaling it upwards. That's what's more controversial. But like I said, there are 3 methodologies people are working. I got to say, there are trillions of dollars going into.
How often do I drink bourbon? Not often. Once a week.
Developing this. And I'm not saying I mean necessarily for it, because I am a little bit afraid of AI superintelligence.
Yeah, I heard it.
But we're further
I've never heard of Luke Smith, no.
advanced, I think you can give credit for.
I don't. Well, here's the thing, right? I've been hearing this for years. The idea of a technological panic, sir, is nothing new. You remember Y2K? That was another form of technological panic.
Yeah, totally.
The computers were going to reset.
Y2K.
We needed to make the Y2K compliant software immediately or else. And what was that in actuality? It was a bunch of futurists who were scamming massive corporations into fixing problems which didn't even actually exist. The thing is that I hear this all the time.
That's the craziest thing. Like, forget 9/11. Forget the moon landing for a second. That's amazing. That a bunch of nerds convince a bunch of people who rely on nerds, so they trust them, that an arbitrary thing like the year, an arbitrary thing like the number digits of a year that's in a computer system would fundamentally change the computer system itself forever in a destructive way. You almost deserve it. I hate to think like that, but it's like you almost deserve it. You're like, did you hear? Did you hear him? Our tech guy came in and said, our whole entire computer system is vulnerable because the year's going to change between 1999 and 2000 in the system. So what do you guys think? Should we spend $50,000 to revamp it? I don't know, man. I don't know about this stuff. Freaks me out. Wow.
I hear that there's the next futurist.
I heard the 4 numbers are going to change for what constitutes a date in the system, so it's going to really mess everything up.
Based on technology that needs to be.
And I remember that because I graduated high school in 1999, so I thought it was like, I remember buying into it, not knowing anything about it, just rhetorically. Like I was like, oh yeah, that makes me special. I graduated at the cusp of the downfall of all humanity and technology. Nothing happened.
Be solved immediately. It has to be because it's right around the corner. When in fact, the doomsday scenario is not right around the corner, and it's usually promoted by people, right, who have something to gain by it, by ringing the alarm bell that, hey, right around the corner, this catastrophe is right there, when in fact it's not. I have seen no great evidence that artificial intelligence we're anywhere near actual AI. Only theories that AGI could possibly or potentially replicate what artificial intelligence.
Further, the AI movement, almost purposefully leaves out deceptively that the proper distinction for AI is actually augmented intelligence, not artificial. Now, a lot of people try to use those synonymously, but they're not once you get technical. Augmented intelligence, which is what Andrew's actually describing, which is the reality of all these technologies, which is a set of more complex if-then statements that has access to a large sample set of metadata that it can process very quickly with increasingly more precise context. Now, context is always the thing that's kind of missing in all of these operations. That's why we're not too worried. Because context is like a human thing as we contextualize and we can maybe get an inside joke that a computer can't get because it's topical and trending or, context dependent. But the computer just does if-then statements. So it's like the futurist is always selling people. And I know for those of you who just maybe showed up recently, I know this because I was a futurist. I remember selling people the same bullshit, which is, oh, you guys, at some point, the if-then statements, the conditionals that humans necessarily put into technology to do tasks for the human, eventually will rise up naturally, right, as an emergent property. Emergent property will suddenly start determining its own will. That's a fantasy. There's no reason, there's no inductive analysis that you can point to come to the conclusion that if we do more precise, more complex if-then statements inside of augmented intelligence, there might be a threshold where it wakes up. Wakes up? Excuse me? No, in fact, what's probably going to happen is the AI, augmented intelligence, starts to think so much for the human outsources so much of the thinking that the humans become sort of zombies, right? And somehow are convinced to take the suggestion of the technology. Now, that's the true cusp that we should be worried about, and it's not the tech. It's not the tech. It's the humans. The worry is the humans, not the tech. The worry is the humans become submissive to the tech for bad reasoning. That's the scary part, dude. The scary part isn't tech. The scary part is the humans. For instance, up until recently, the thing we made called the shovel was made to suit our intent. It served us. We made a phone to serve our intent. It served us. We made things to serve us. It's only now, maybe in the first time in human history, where the technology that humans are making, the same dumb humans are convinced to take the suggestion of the tech. That would be to say, imagine a shovel making a suggestion to the shovel holder to what to do. We would go, I'm not going to listen to stupid shovel. You dumb shovel. Keep your shovel shut. You shut your shovel. But now it's like, tell me AI, what should I do? That's scary. That's not a technological issue. That's the human issue. And it's all connected to the rejection of God, because you don't listen to the tech. You don't listen to the tech. You follow the revealed truth of Christ. It's not a technology. Zoltan wants to follow the tech. He would be one of the people taking the suggestions from the very smart Grok, who's analyzed all the data, who knows better than him, who can see the future that he can't, right? Zoltan, I don't know, Zoltan. I understand your very limited human perspective that you don't think this is going to work out, but trust me, I ran the numbers. You got to kill your mom. Trust me, bro. I already saw it play out, bro. I'm smarter than you. This is what's unique about the tech. It's not the tech. What's unique is that humans are in such a precarious position, such a vulnerable spiritual position, that they're open to the idea of taking prescriptives from technology. Technology! You know what's weird? Isn't the machine in Big called Zoltan or Zoltar? I don't know. It's like kind of like a funny euphemism, like forever being childlike and looking to a machine to tell you your future. There's so many levels of stupid in this debate. These slimy technophile grifters, they suck. They're not good thinkers. That's what's so kind of funny about it. They just totally abandoned philosophy. Orthodox. Yeah, they should sound like evolutionists. It's totally connected. All of it's connected.
But none of that, even if I concede all of this point, that AI is right around the corner, right? Inside of the United States, how would it be helpful for us to abandon the Christian framework for transhumanist one in order to combat that? How?
Well, let me just say that, like, you can already go out and get softwares that would literally be answering your questions almost identically as you are now, and me doing that, and we actually don't even have to be in here in person. But
see what I'm saying? It's like, let's move ourselves away.
The point is that the technology is radically expanding, and I think I just want to give your viewers my perspective, which is like, it's a lot faster, coming faster than most people say. But
yeah. Rachel mentioned this book by David Patrick Harry, the guy who bought me my bourbon, by the way. Return to Babylon is about this. Now, I would say, and probably obviously in this book he says it. Sorry, green screen. It's called Return to Babylon, From Adam to Antichrist. You cannot approach this problem of technology, if it was a problem, without the lens of Christianity. Like, you can't do it. You can't make sense of these categories without Christianity, particularly Orthodox Christianity. So if you like, I have no stake in this, but Return to Babylon, definitely a read if you're interested in this topic, because you have to include teleology. You have to include the not like having knowledge of theosis versus apotheosis, having knowledge of what you're pursuing and why is important in these questions. You can't approach it, and we're showing right now Zoltan can't approach these problems.
Listen, I got to be honest. This is where I worry about my own personal philosophy. Transhumanism has taken us to the next level where we are able to create AI, but if it dooms humanity and
transhumanism didn't take us to AI. You fetish. What kind of statement is that? Transhumanism took us to AI? No, humans, as we know them today, created augmented intelligence. It's just a natural extrapolation from applied computing and applied science. Moore's law, accelerating returns. This is a place that we knew we were going to get to. Computing power gets bigger. Oh my gosh.
Does something like, because there is a very real possibility there could be a Terminator scenario. And if humans don't survive, then obviously transhumanism and my ideology and scientific method would not have failed, and yours would have been more successful. Yours might.
Zoltan is in the chat. I'm highly skeptical
for bet right now, because I don't think many Christians would want to give birth to artificial intelligence, especially not a super intelligence, because it just doesn't fit with our framework.
Jimbob plays with his own turds. Only when they don't come out properly.
That said, if it does work in our favor, we might have this great utopia, get off planet, be able to cure cancer, and become superhumans. And that's really the goal of a lot of transhumanists. But again, it's a wager, it's a bet, and we don't know, whether it's going to turn out good or not.
Do you see how, interestingly enough, when push comes to shove, you divert to my ethical worldview and not me yours. The idea here is...
Well, it could be Buddhism, it could be Hinduism, it could be Islam. I mean, it could be any view.
Hang on, but it's not those views. It's actually a deference to Christian ethics. I
would defer to Buddhism just personally.
Those are the ethics which you were raised with, and this and that, right? And there's things about Buddhism. There's things about Buddhism you probably wouldn't like as much as Christianity. But that aside, leaving that aside,
nihilism is where I would end up with. But
but hang on, that's how it is. If it's the case that Terminators, let's say, due to transhumanists,
nihilism is where you end up. Yeah, well, dude. You can't take a nihilist approach and then say we ought to pursue transhumanism in whatever form, right? Who cares at that point? What are we talking about?
Did come around. We had a Sarah Connor type situation absent the time travel, okay? No time travel, just war-bought machines who came in and decided to repurpose us by, against our will, cutting our skulls open and putting our brains in these machines, which can then live forever, right? It's really interesting to me because that would be a transhumanist future, 100% transhumanist future. But it's a future you seem to want to avoid, and I don't understand why. It gives you everything that you want. Technology then removes the idea of death. It is now gone. And yet somehow you still prefer my framework that this needs to be stopped. Hang on, that this needs to be stopped by any means necessary, even though it meets all of the conditionals of your framework. You have now, sir, under this Terminator-like apocalypse where they cut your brain out and put it in a machine, have achieved the very thing you want, and yet...
See, this is what's interesting, is that the transhumanists, and Elon Musk has done this multiple times, where he'll sell the capabilities of AI and new technology and everything you can dream of, and at the same time, he'll sell you the remedy of the downfall that causes, which is also habitually more technology. So it's like, the AI and stuff take over or something. Very scared of it. We need to regulate augmented intelligence. And it's like, what's the remedy? And he's like, more technology is going to save the day. It's like a comic book where the villain, the antagonist and the protagonist, the villain and the hero, they're both the same entity, technology. You know what I mean? It's like Calvinists. It's like evil and good are both different meat puppets that God is using, and he's creating a pseudo-war, and they're arguing. You shouldn't do that. Well, you should submit to my grace. I tried, but I have no free will. It's like, what do you think is happening?
You still don't see.
If I can.
I don't want it. It's very strange to me.
Listen, if that machine is me, that doesn't want to die, that loves life, loves his family, loves humanity, has mammalian instincts, then I would take that machine. But if it is that machine, it's not going to end up.
We're supposed to
chopping down people
transcend
and
those
killing
things.
humanity.
What do you mean?
You see, I would, if I were Andrew right now, I would have said, don't you believe we're already just a machine? And there would be the problem. How do you transcend being a biological machine? What is the meaning of transcending if you already think you're a machine, Zoltan? Oh, we're going to transcend to a less efficient version of our body. To a plasticky one that breaks, that needs more maintenance than already does. It's like, dude, you already have a body that grows a scab to seal up your skin. You have a body that fights infections. You have a body that thinks. You have a body that does stuff. You have a body that moves according to your brain's will. He's like, yeah, but we got to escape it. And you're like, to what? To a more broken plasticky metal version? Why? It's shinier and colder. I don't know. I don't know why I'm here. I have no what I do. I want my mommy.
We're supposed to transcend the mammalian instincts. We're supposed to transcend humanity.
I've never said transhumanism wants to transcend mammalian instincts. Absolutely not.
Transhumanism.
I want to transcend a lot of the things that I have evolved with over millions of years.
Why do you want to keep your humanity? So you want to keep your humanity intact?
Yes. I certainly don't want to ever forget about my family. I mean, maybe there are some transhumanists out there who are like these crazy wackos that just want to become super godlike or whatever. But I actually want to take all my history with me and just become this person that can live indefinitely, take my family with me, see what's in the universe out there, and do have this amazing.
Dude, it's Mormonism, fucking cunt. The whole thing is Mormonism. You want a cosmic reality where your family goes with you and you reign over your own cosmic location, dude. Dude has Mormon face anyway. I'm not surprised.
Journey of exploration.
That's not transcending your humanity. It seems that your ethical system is demanding that humanity stay intact. When you talk about things like mammalian instincts.
No.
Yeah.
This is key, okay? This is why metaphysics is so important. Zoltan can't tell you what humanity is. Christianity can tell you. So, I mean, this topic is interesting because it's Christianity versus transhumanism. It's not transhumanism only, so there are two positives here. Two negatives, two positives. Andrew does actually have a kill shot here. He doesn't need it, but I'm sure he did. I didn't watch the rest. I'm sure he did quite well. But this is a kill shot right here available because Zoltan can't tell you what humanity is as a distinction, and Christianity can. So he can't tell you. So he's like, no, I don't want to do all those weird Kurzweil stuff where we turn into a simulator and we're each of one of our hairs is a piano key. I don't. Those people are freaks. I just want to transcend death and take my family into a cosmic roller coaster event that's forever. Okay. I want to hold on to my humanity. Okay, cool. So, another example, I would say that Christianity, Orthodox Christianity, has an exclusive proprietary claim on humanity. I would say that Christianity has the only coherent account for the category of humanity. And yet Zoltan here has to rely on the assumption, humanity exists. I want to hold on to it, but I also want to transform it. You don't even have a distinction, Zoltan, for humanity. Nothing.
The best parts of humanity should be kept.
Let me at least respond. The best parts by whose metric? These are arbitrary metrics that you came up with. What makes them the best? Just because you like them? The thing is that
and just because an individual likes them.
Yes. So the thing is that if individuals didn't like them, let's say, and they said, we're going to cut your brain open and put it in a machine whether you like it or not, you have now achieved your goal of immortality. You have transcended your mammalian instincts. You've transcended your very humanity.
Yeah, the things you're concerned about would no longer be proper to your nature as human. This is another problem with evolution. It violates the law of identity. in regards to universals. Everything becomes nominal. You can't refer to the thing nature called humanity because it's no longer a universal. So what Andrew's saying is actually deeply metaphysical, but Zoltan can't grasp this, is that you can't transcend the thing because the new judgment of the thing you transcended would necessarily be the thing you transcended. It would be the human going into a new form, judging the past universal human, but maintaining its humanness, even though denying its humanness. It's insanity. This is where these people lead to. Complete insanity. A denial, an acceptance of the thing you're denying, and then a denial of the thing that you're trying to get to at the same time. It's so wild.
The very thing that you claimed, which was using technology for immortality. Definitionally, this is what you want.
This is like the oil barrel
thing
thing
humanity.
You're talking about sort of slavery. If I'm not in charge of it, if I'm not happy with what's happening with my transhuman evolution, then it doesn't work for me. Transhumanism is something that re-emphasizes my love of life. If I can't re-emphasize my love of life, then I don't want the philosophy.
Do you see here then, you're not actually trying to transcend humanity at all. What you're trying to do instead is you have like an oppositional worldview here. It's very bizarre. On the one hand, you say that you're willing to transcend all of the human elements for the purpose of immortality. And yet, when the conditional is presented, hey, this could actually happen. Let's say that we grant this transhumanist future where the Terminators cut your brain out and just put it in a Terminator. You still think like you still talk like you still do all of those things. But the things that made you human, those mammalian instincts, these various things that you are attached to emotionally.
Yeah, like flaws.
Those are gone, right? You say, no, I don't want to detach from these things. The very core things that ontologically make us human, I don't want to detach from.
Mm-hmm.
That is giving us great evidence here that the Christian ethical system is the deference that you use for.
And this is why Andrew's right. It's really the distinction, not just the ethical, but the distinction human. Human. That's the thing that Christianity has the superior ground on, metaphysically speaking, coherently. These people have nothing. They can't even tell you what a human is.
In order to make these claims, and
that's the great irony, is that they think they want to get to a machine, and yet if you ask them point blank if they think they're purely a biological machine, they say yes. Oh, you want to transcend the superior biological version of the machine? Yeah. I'm really out for the Walmart version of my body.
Society at all. You're deferring to my worldview, never me yours.
But I've already said I like 80% of your worldview. I just said it's the 20% that's going to make us evolve and grow.
All right,
and
what's the 20% you don't like?
I like being a human being. I just think it's time to not necessarily have to eat every night to survive. Or not.
Oh, wow. And what did I say? What did I say before early on? I'm going to start wrapping this up. This is interesting, but this is a marathon. I mean, there's almost 2 full hours left. It's probably going to loop a bit. I suspect it's going to loop a bit. But he's basically splitting and saying, I want to be human, but except I don't want the heartache of being human. I want to be human, but I don't want the sacrifice of being human. I want to be human, but I don't want the tribulations of being human. I want the reward, but not the climb. Total pussy, fucking cunt. Fucking cunt. What are you saying, dude? It comes down to sacrifice. It comes down to obligation. I want to be human, but I want obligation. I want to be a father, but I don't want the obligation. He doesn't want to eat. Get a life, dude. I just don't want to eat to survive every day. He wants to be conscious, but not human. It's like you can't even tell me what it means to be human if you start removing some of the constraints. I don't want to breathe. I just, you know what, Andrew? I totally love being human and everything about being human. I just wish I didn't have to breathe to exist. Fucking cunt.
Or not necessarily have to, die of cancer. There are things we can upgrade. And I also want to get off planet. Let's get to the Star Trek.
Wait a second.
Why get off planet? What kind of hellscape can you imagine is better than Earth? God gave you raspberries. I want to get off planet where it's really hard to grow even a potato. I really love transcending Earth. We have to escape this terrible prison called my body and Earth where there's literal strawberries I can eat every day if I wanted. We have coffee ice cream. We have air. We have beautiful mountains. We have beautiful animals. We have water and rivers and waterfalls and shooting stars and aurora borealis. You fucking cunt. I want to escape to a desolate fucking Mars planet where I'm in a desert trying to desperately siphon some water from a rock. Fucking cunt. What the hell's wrong with you, dude? What are you, Little Mermaid? What are you, Ariel? What do you want to be pregnant? I want to beat him up.
The idea that these are not violations of Christian ethics. What is this 20% of Christian ethics that you don't like? If we had technology that would make it so that you didn't have to eat, so what? You think, how would that violate Christian ethics? What do you mean?
We have steak and lobster, dude. We have barbecues. We have beer. We have gay beer. We have good scotch. We have bourbon. We have sneakers. I want to escape it. We have fly fishing. I hate these people. I hate them. Hate them. Hate them all.
I just told you, you have this idea that God gives us purpose, but I actually don't believe in God. Therefore, I don't see that purpose. And this is...
He just denied his own purpose. I don't believe in God. Therefore, I don't see any purpose.
That 20% that I missed.
Do you think that was a win? Do you really think that was the win?
And it's not, like I said, it's not that I'm not invited into my life. I just don't see it. And because I don't see it, maybe I'm like Thomas putting the finger through the, Jesus' hand. I don't see it. And as long as I don't see it, I'm going to continue with my own methodology, which creates my own purpose.
Yeah, but you're not just continuing with your own methodology. You're creating prescriptions for humanity, in this case, the United States, and making the bold claim that transhumanism is a much better future for people than Christianity. And yet any time I look at the way in which you can transcend humanity, you seem to defer right back to the Christian ethic of not doing that. So it seems like the bumpers that Christians put on society with responsible technology and not attempting to play God, not attempting to move into this arena of...
Here's the key here. From a transhumanist perspective, you don't have a line that you can cross where you violated a thing called dignity. Now, interestingly enough, and I use this argument all the time, most rudimentary version is when an atheist says, I see no evidence for God, you say, well, there's no evidence for human rights. You have no evidence for information, no evidence for knowledge, no evidence for truth. Same problem Zoltan has. He's like, I don't believe in God, so I'm going to just do my own thing. Okay. Well, dude, what Andrew's saying is that a Christian ethical paradigm would put constraints, or as he said, bumpers, on some of these pathways for technology. You would have a normative authority to process and examine. Even if it were blurred, even if it were hard to discern, you'd at least have a normative system to process something against the positive that humans have dignity, that humans have purpose, that humans have deontology, obligation, responsibility. Zoltan can't tell you at what point does the use of a technology violate the dignity of a human being for two key reasons. He can't tell you what a human being is, and he also can't tell you how he could possibly tell you why he would believe in something called dignity. Isn't it interesting that all of these people reject God first their empirical from their empirical views, but then they go, well, humans have dignity. What? And by the way, if you were to transcend into a robot, on what basis would we apply dignity or any sort of metaphysical supernatural attribute to a machine, dude? These people are sick. They're sick.
Transcending our humanity. First of all, I just want to let you know, within my worldview, it's not even possible, all right?
He wants eternity without God. Yeah, and in a way, he's going to get it. You know, I can't make judgments, salvific judgments, but let's say likelihood. The irony is that these people want to live a life rejecting God in pursuit of eternity based on their own preferences. And if Christianity is true, they're going to end up with eternity based on their own preferences. They chose it.
Right? It's not even a logical possibility. I don't even think immortality is a logical possibility from my worldview. So from your worldview, I understand that it is, and I'm trying to contend with that, right? But to me, it's not even logically possible. And when we're talking about prescriptions, especially here in the United States, right, the idea of, moving towards the...
One more thing here, and I'm going to start wrapping it up, is that from a Christian lens, death in the material sense is a separation of the body from the soul. Now, transhumanism, the reason they always mangle up, and they're ultimately, like Andrew said, appealing to Christianity and mangling it. Think about this. If from a Christian perspective, a death is a separation from the material body and the soul. They separate. So it's not ultimately a death, not annihilation death, but it's a separation of the body and the soul. Now, what we would call the soul, Zoltan would call the being, the consciousness, the thing that's a knower, the entity that's encased in the body. So he has to be a transhumanist, you actually have to hold some type of dualistic approach between body and mind and soul or whatever. Now, what's interesting is he wants death. The transhumanist seeks death in the way a Christian presents death. They seek the separation of the body and the soul. In this case, the mind, the being. They seek it. They want to contrive it. They want to fabricate their own separation. And yet, how hilarious God plays this joke on the people who reject him. How hilarious is that they're the ones saying they want to transcend death. Sir, is death, would you say death is, in a sense, the separation of your mind, your body, your being, or your mind, your being from the body? Yes. And transhumanism wants to transcend that, right? You want to defeat death? Yes. How? How do you transcend death? What's your methodology? By separating the mind, soul from the body. That's literally, figuratively, metaphorically, metaphysically death! If I can. You stupid retard. What can you do? You confess, you pray, you fast, you go to church, repeat. What can I tell you? Every corner that you look, we're surrounded by insanity. They think we're the death cult. Totally the opposite. We're the eternal life cult. You're the death cult. You're pursuing death. You want to test death. You want to see. You're the one meddling in it. Everywhere I turn. Ideological, philosophical, theological insanity. Crazy. And it just vindicates Christianity so much, at least when you're on our side of the thing looking in, because there aren't that many worldviews. No matter what you do, you're going to be borrowing and trying to kind of sort of like make twist the Christian metaphysics to suit your material wants, to suit your whatever you're trying to do, Zoltan. It's sad. You know, you want to annihilate them and you want to save them at the same time. Tough. It's a tough world. You know, you want to capture them and strap them to like a gurney and put them in a rubber room, but you also want to bring them to liturgy. You want them to have the proper death, which is the baptism, one baptism. You want to give them the one baptism. You know what I mean? But you don't want to kill them. You want them to live forever like they want. You want them to live in eternity like the way they want, like the way they say, but not in the way they say. It's frustrating. It's really frustrating to have people, to have all these worldviews basically after something that's true in a sense. They're trying to point to something that's true, and they're like trying to set their bearings. But it's anything but Christianity, and they're left, you know, empty. They can't defend it. They can't. It's sad. It's a false product they're being sold. It's like Satan's working his magic on these people. You just get madder and madder.
I just get so mad. I just get so mad.
Yeah, I did look at Tucky Carlson. I watched a little bit of it. It was pretty funny. Anyway, so what there is to do, I mean, you have to fight against this stuff as it actualizes in the world through policy, through culture, through bad iconography. Through all sorts of things. You fight it, but you're in it. You can't really annihilate it, right? You can't annihilate it the same way we don't take free will away. We don't have the access to take free will away. We can't do that. And so you fight against it, and you also pray at the same time. You look at these goblins who are essentially enemies of Christ. Joyful, too. Like, not true joy, but prideful. Prideful enemies of Christianity. So arrogant in their processes. And you have to look at them in the eye and find the compassion to pray for them, but also hold your ground and firmness that they are, in a sense, enemies. And how to do that? You're talking to the wrong person, fucking cunts. Because I don't know how to do that. I'm praying to know how to do that. I don't know how to do that. I have such palpable, visceral disdain for my enemies recently. Will I? No, I'm not. No. I'm telling you what I want. Feed them to the lions. Yeah, we don't even have fucking lions. Fucking cunt. I have to buy a lions. I have to invite my enemies to the zoo? Fucking lions at the zoo are on Quaaludes and shit. They don't even eat people anymore. Who do I blame?
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
I have ultra fatigue. I certainly do. You guys have seen it unwind. I have like... Like, I don't know what it is, dude. My spirit, I'm being, like, tested. Lions ain't cheap these days. You should do MMA. That's not enough. MMA is not enough. MMA, if you defeat a Muslim in MMA, and Joe Rogan's like, damn! See that kick? Damn, that's just pure masculinity exploding in your face. Okay. It doesn't get them out of Dearborn, Michigan. It doesn't stop them from reproducing retards. It doesn't stop them from changing the visible culture. Dude, I'll pick any person who I don't want in my town. If I fight them in the UFC match, their family doesn't leave. You know what I mean? The boxing won't do it, man. Ask anybody. Ask any of your based friends. How do you actually get Muslims out of Dearborn, Michigan? How do you actually get them out of Minnesota? How do you actually get Islam out of the country? Ask your most based people. How do you do that? Unless you have a fleet of drones that have that hold bags of dripping bacon that just harass, fly around, drip. What do you think you're gonna? What do you think? How do you think this goes? They're going to keep reproducing. They're going to keep coming here. They're going to use all sorts of methods to take over terrestrially. And the only thing I ever ask, and maybe I don't even know the answer myself, is at what point do you say, wait a second, voting on this doesn't do it. Debating doesn't do it. You can't vote people out of a town. Bacon guns? Grease gun, but a different kind? It's messed up, man. And it's not like imminent time-wise, but in the long term, it is. It's like, look, like what was it? 45 years? 45 years for France, UK, right? Is it less? 45 years? Let's just be generous. 50 years. You got 50 years. Free helicopter rides. I think we should promise them a place on the moon. Ali Akbar. If God real white, JB eat bacon in a mosque. I mean, I'm not, look, it's possible. Like, I honestly think if you, like, for instance, if you go to a highly populated Muslim area, even in America, we have some, But let's go more extreme. You go to one of these, Uzbekistan places, if I can count. And the way you operate and the way you walk, they make it extremely uncomfortable for you to exist the way you do there. They make sure that you're out of place. They make sure you feel it. To some extent, they might even ridicule you verbally or even physically do something to you. They will make sure that you know that you're the odd man out and you don't belong here. And further, it's going to be difficult for you to persist here. And we don't do that because we're sold this shitty individualist enlightenment bullshit. We just coexist with our enemies and coexist with incompatible cultures. We don't make it hard for people to exist here. We make it easier for them. Oh, you want to pray in the street? That's nice. Well, I don't really want our country to be your country, but, the founding fathers wanted me to step aside and not remove you from the road with a bulldozer. That's what Ben Shapiro said, anyway. Anyway, what can you do? Pray. Try to make it uncomfortable for incompatible cultures to exist alongside you. I don't know. If I can. Anyway. With that said, what a lovely evening stream it's been. I should do more of these. I probably will. It's nice to have a day, sort of like free daytime day, where you just like draw and work on things and be creative. And then in the evening, have a couple of drinks and yell at some people. But, what else can you do? It's a generational problem. 100 years. It's a 100-year cultural war. Like, here's the good news. Let's say you just magically eliminated all the infections. I'll try to speak in code. You still have a problem with the people that are already here, who are Americans, who are soft, who are atheists, who are secularists, who are Jewy, who don't follow any code of ethic, who don't protect anything collectively other than their own individual wants and needs and desires, who are degenerate. You can't, that's why it's a tricky situation. Still, you get all the migrants and the Muslims out of the country, you're still left with a bunch of blue-haired retards. Then what? Just got to keep coming back to liturgy, honestly, because ultimately the practice of being a human from a Christian perspective ends up being a spiritual practice. And secondary to that would be how you operate in the world and move things around. How you try to make the world a reflection of the church, a window to heaven. You make it look like an icon, if you can. You could fail. You probably will, actually. Probably fail. That's why I'm like done. I'm like, go to liturgy. Like I honestly have nothing else to say to y'all at the end of it. I can do all of the stuff. I can sing a song. I can write a book. I can make a comic. I can make a cartoon. I can make a skit. I can say it in the way you want it heard. There's nothing else I could say to you. Because what are you defending in the end? If you're not Christian, what the hell are you defending? I say this a lot now. Oh, I'm defending a push-button Amazon Prime delivery of an abortion kit. What do you mean, what am I defending? I just got a total sale on the IKEA thing, and it self-built itself in my room around me. Fuck out of here, you fucking cunt. Not to Fed post, but it will eventually come to boiling point. Yeah, that's what I wonder, what the boiling point is. I don't even know, dude. I don't even know what the point is. I don't know where that is for me. I'm sitting here telling you guys about it. I don't even know where that time is for me, dude. I don't even know when it is. If I can get. Anywho, it's not a downhill. I mean, it's still. I'm still very hopeful. It's just like I get demoralized a little bit recently with seeing some things. Just how fucking lost people are. It's just so. It's just wild. I feel like the boomers really fucked us over. You know what I mean? Everyone's blaming the Jews. I think the boomers should have their own type of ovens. You know what I mean? Even if it was like set at 225, you know when you roast vegetables and it takes like 8 hours, but it's really good? This is a 225. It's not a big deal. 225, no chimney needed. Lots of time. Fucking boomers. Oh, but we went to the moon, Jimbob. Well, at least we're not speaking German. Oh, man, does a German accent sound good right now. Yeah, well, at least we didn't lose to England. Again. And when we get to celebrate the birth of Jesus Christ, yeah. I mean, I think this is all spiritual attack, especially on me. I think, like, everything, like, is that. That's what gives me peace and hope, is where I'm like, all right, this is me being pulled into worldliness. It would be a disservice to pull you guys into worldliness. This is like, you know, especially around key seasons, key feast days, key time periods. For those of you who are Orthodox, you'll know this, that these are very repetitive, predictable cycles. Bro's sounding like me at a family gathering after a couple of drinks. Yeah, I would be bad at a barbecue right now for sure. Jimbob, you want a burger? That's awfully Jew-sounding name. Anyway, I don't have anything else. I got nothing. I went a while. I went hard. It was fun. When did I start? When did I even start? 7? 6:30? Yeah, that was a good time. So, yeah. Prayers. Prayers for me. You know what I mean? I don't know if you guys can relate to it, but one of my weaknesses is certainly looking at the world and going, can I just snip that out? Can I just burn that out? Can I cut that off? Can I chop that? Can I just take that little section out? I feel like I can do it. Can I do it? Hey, Tommy. Can you just watch for me? I'm just going to snip this little section of culture out real quick. You mind? Come on, I can do it. Give me 10 minutes. Anyway, that's where I'm at. Transhumanist didn't help. Fucking retard. These people are so retarded, man. They're So stupid. They don't know they're stupid, though, do they? And then I get all prideful. Oh, I'm smarter than you. Oh, I know better than you. I can't help it. I believe it. How can I help it? They need help. Who are you to tell people they need help? I don't know. I'm nobody. I still believe it, though. If I can. All right. We should at least leave with something up, okay? Hold on. I'm not going to leave you in this energy. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. What we're going to do, we're going to do a little commercial from the Ortho Thugs. A little commercial for a little product called Woompy. Speaking of transhumanists, you guys ever have Woompy? You live forever with Woompy. So you know. You live forever.
Woompy.